Chapter 740. Above Ice Sect, Qian Hao's expression fluctuated, appearing particularly complex while Yang Kai frowned as he stared at him. Boy, where did you find this thing? Suddenly, Qian Hao raised his head and asked Yang Kai. About half a day's journey from here, inside an ice mountain, Yang Kai replied casually. What's wrong? Qian Hao didn't answer, his expression instead becoming more dignified. Suddenly, he lifted his head to the sky and let out a loud roar, one that conveyed a strong sense of warning. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he realized that he seemed to have made a mistake, or perhaps he had inadvertently implicated one of Ice Sect's most sensitive nerves. What kind of skeleton was sealed inside that block of ice? Why did Qian Hao look like he was facing a great enemy? While issuing this warning, Qian Hao's divine sense was still locked onto the block of ice on the ground, seemingly not daring to relax in the slightest. Hearing his roar, Ice Sect's transcendent realm masters and above all rushed out under the leadership of Ice Sect Sect Master Qinya. What happened? Qinya hurriedly asked as soon as she arrived. If it wasn't something important, Qian Hao wouldn't be so nervous, so she immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. Come with me, Qian Hao said before quickly flying down, his yuan qi quietly condensing, ready to erupt at any moment. Yang Kai's expression became strange as he too followed the Ice Sect group in confusion. On the ground below, everyone from Ice Sect was gathered around the block of ice that sealed the black skeleton, many of them frowning as they stared at it suspiciously, obviously just like Yang Kai. On the other hand, Qinya and the other Saint Realm elders all paled when they saw this skeleton. All of you stand back, Qinya quickly ordered. The Transcendent Realm Masters all glanced at each other but didn't ask any questions, simply following Qinya's instructions and retreating. Soon, only Qinya, the four elders, and Yang Kai's group of 6 were left standing around the block of ice. Where did you get this? Qinya asked solemnly, her pretty face dignified. This little brat found it, Qian Hao pointed to Yang Kai and replied. Yang Kai, where did you find this? How did you find him? Qinya hurriedly asked in detail. Seeing her serious expression, Yang Kai also knew that something was wrong. He quickly explained everything that had happened. As everyone listened, their expressions became heavier. What? Is he not a disciple of your Ice Sect? Yang Kai asked with a frown. Originally, he had come here with good intentions, but now he had brought trouble to Ice Sect, causing Yang Kai to feel somewhat embarrassed. How could such a vicious beast be a disciple of my Ice Sect? Qian Hao coldly snorted, a crazed hatred flashing across his face. Fierce ho. Yang Kai was stunned. I didn't know he had some kind of grudge with your Ice Sect, I just thought he was one of your missing disciples. How about this, I'll bring him back. Don't move. Qinya hurriedly stopped Yang Kai and slowly shook her head. Yang Kai laughed dumbly, aren't you making too much of a fuss? No matter what kind of person he was when he was alive, he's dead now, what's the point of being so vigilant? Who said he's dead? Qian Hao coldly snorted. The smile on Yang Kai's face suddenly disappeared as he frowned. What do you mean? He's not dead, he's still alive. Qian Yu's pretty face went pale as she muttered in a low voice. Yang Kai was dumbfounded and turned to look at the others, quickly discovering that none of them had any intention of refuting, apparently agreeing with Qian Yu's words.
He's not dead. But this person doesn't even have a trace of flesh and blood, only bones and meridians. How? Qinya took a deep breath before interrupting Yang Kai's words, softly saying, in this world, there are many strange life forms, many of which you have never heard of. No one knows how they were born, but these strange life forms all possess tyrannical strength that surpasses that of flesh and blood. Yang Kai immediately thought of the Jade True Spirit. The Jade True Spirit was also a kind of life form. It didn't have a body of flesh and blood, but if it were to mature, it would possess the strength to destroy the world. Therefore, although Qingya's words were a little difficult for him to understand, he was able to quickly accept them. But you don't need to be nervous, this one doesn't seem to be too strong, Qingya smiled faintly. Hearing her words, Qian Hao and the others relaxed. Yang Kai, you're the one who brought this thing back, you have to help me deal with it, Qingya looked at Yang Kai. Please give your orders, Sect Master. Burn him, Qingya pointed at the ice block in front of her. Yang Kai didn't say a word and simply circulated his yuan qi, directly wrapping the ice block with a scorching hot energy. The ice block melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon, the frozen skeleton was exposed. Just as Yang Kai was about to increase his strength and incinerate this skeleton in one fell swoop, an extremely fierce and violent aura suddenly spread out from the skeleton. Yang Kai was startled, his expression changing greatly because he discovered that the skeleton's two eye sockets were actually flashing a green light, like a pair of human eyes, giving off a dangerous light. At the same time, the skeleton began to move strangely. It seemed to be struggling. Qingya's pretty face became cold and she quickly took action, sending out a few bursts of energy to fix the skeleton to the ground. Yang Kai's yuan qi surged out even more violently. In everyone's ears, there seemed to be a howling sound as a cruel and violent divine sense roamed around, penetrating everyone's minds in an attempt to interfere with their state of mind. Ice Sect Saint Realm Masters remained indifferent, and Yang Kai's expression also remained unchanged. This caused Qingya, who had been paying close attention to him, to look at him in a new light. She had thought that Yang Kai would be somewhat affected by this, but he actually ignored it completely. The howling sound in their ears became more and more shrill, more and more urgent, giving off a strong sense of arrogance. Gradually, the howling sound weakened until it disappeared completely. The dark skeleton was finally ignited and was reduced to a fine powder, completely disappearing from this world. Looking at this bizarre scene, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit surreal. He had never thought before that without a body of flesh and blood, one could still exist and have their own consciousness. Sect Master, can you explain what this thing is? Yang Kai frowned as he looked at Qingya, his own confusion making him feel very uncomfortable. Why ask so many questions? Qian Hao coldly snorted.
Qingya waved her hand and lightly opened her mouth. How do I explain this? In fact, I don't know much about this, all I know is from the mouths of Ice Sect seniors. This should be a race called the Bone Race. Bone Race? Yang Kai frowned. And they don't have flesh and blood, only bones and meridians, but the masters among them have extraordinary abilities. The reason why my ice sect is so weak is related to this race. No one knows where this race came from, but in addition to the bone race, there seems to be some other strange life forms that mysteriously appeared on Tongxian realm a long time ago. Remember I told you before that because of some unforeseen event, the great forces of Tongxian realm all declined? This has a lot to do with all of this. The reason we are living here now is also partly because of them. Our senior said that some of the bone race had fled here, so we have been searching for them here. Over the past countless years, we have found many frozen bone race masters and killed them, but since I took over Ice Sect, this is the first time I have encountered such a group. It seems that some of them have slipped through the net. That's quite interesting. Yang Kai's expression was extremely strange. This isn't interesting at all. What you found this time was just a very weak bone race master. If it were a powerful existence, my Ice Sect would likely have suffered a great loss. Qian Hao said coldly. Then why are you still here? Yang Kai was stunned. Although the bone race has masters, not every one of them is so strong, and we are not weak either. We are guarding this place for their sake, to prevent them from having the opportunity to go out and cause trouble. Qingya smiled slightly. Yang Kai's expression shook. So you mean to say that you are silently contributing to the entire continent? We are simply following the wishes of our ancestors. Besides, the outside world is too noisy, we don't want to leave here, Qinya smiled. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling awe. Elders, I'll have to trouble you to take some people and carefully search the surrounding area to see if there are any bone race survivors. Qinya turned to the 4 elders and ordered. Yes. The 4 elders responded in unison, calling out to the Transcendent Realm Masters before dispersing in 4 different directions. Yang Kai stood in place and pondered for a long time before asking worriedly, Su Yan isn't in any danger here, right? Don't worry. Qinya stared off into the distance. As long as I'm here, I won't let anything happen to her. Besides, even if there are bone race survivors, they won't be able to cause any trouble here. Hearing this, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling relieved, quickly taking out the ice bead from the black book space and handing it to Qinya. This is what I found in that ice mountain. Su Yan said it may be of great use to those who cultivate ice attributes' secret arts. Cold ice jade crystal. Qinya raised her brow in surprise, quickly calling out, No, cold ice jade essence. What do you mean? The outer layer is cold ice jade crystal, but the liquid inside is cold ice jade essence. You're really lucky, you even found this. Qinya stared at him in amazement. With this thing, Su Yan's strength will improve even faster. This is a supreme treasure for those who cultivate ice attributes' secret arts. Saying so, she turned to Yang Kai with a smile. You giving this to me, aren't you worried that I'll take it for myself? It will also be of great use to me. Yang Kai chuckled and said freely, If you want to take it for yourself, then so be it. Su Yan has also received a lot of care from Sect Master here, so consider this a gift from Junior to Sect Master as thanks. You only know how to say such cheap words. Qinya shot him a disdainful look before sternly saying, Don't worry, when Su Yan wakes up, I'll give this to her. I won't covet the belongings of a junior. In any case, I'll have to trouble Sect Master to take care of Su Yan. Yang Kai cupped his fist sincerely. Seemingly aware of something, Qinya asked, You're not going to see her again? No, as long as she's safe and sound. Yang Kai shook his head. Junior will take his leave. Saying so, he turned around and left. If you see Meng Wuya, tell him for me that the favor he owes me will be repaid sooner or later. Qinya's voice came from behind. Yang Kai waved his hand vigorously and said goodbye. Chapter 741. On the surface of the sea, a small iceberg the size of a room was drifting along with the waves. Atop this iceberg, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, feeling quite comfortable. After finding Su Yan and knowing that Meng Wuya and his little senior sister were safe, Yang Kai relaxed a lot. Although he had not been able to take Su Yan away and had instead left her in Ice Sect, with Qinya and the others taking care of her, Su Yan would only grow stronger and stronger. The next time they met, Yang Kai estimated that Su Yan would be even more powerful. With such a good mood, Yang Kai was not in a hurry to continue his journey, simply sitting on top of this iceberg and circulating his yuan qi slightly, urging it to move in the direction he wanted to go. Now that he no longer had any worries, the only thing he needed to do was return to Soaring Heaven Sect and improve his alchemy skills as soon as possible. After refining the Saint Pill that could save the ancient demon clan, Yang Kai would then go to the Snow Mountain Range to find Coffin Slave. After receiving some pointers from Li Lao, Yang Kai's understanding of alchemy had become much more profound. Using his conflagrated knowledge C to perform alchemy was much faster and more convenient than using his yuan qi. Moreover, with the help of his soul fusion with Su Yan a few days ago, combined with the insights he obtained from the other masters through his demon eye of annihilation, Yang Kai seemed to have gained some new insights. Sitting on top of the iceberg, Yang Kai felt as if he had been enlightened. The various truths of the heavenly way and martial Tao flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning. His thoughts intertwined faster than a beam of light as Yang Kai comprehended his own Tao, his expression constantly changing. The sea was vast and boundless, so Yang Kai did not encounter any disturbances along the way. He also forgot the passage of time and even forgot where he was, simply immersing himself in this profound world, growing stronger little by little. Below the iceberg, occasionally a large sea beast would pass by, but Yang Kai concealed his aura so these sea beasts did not discover him, so naturally, he did not cause any trouble. The clouds in the sky dispersed and the waves beneath his feet rose and fell. Since arriving in Tongxian realm, Yang Kai felt for the first time that the world was so beautiful. After a month or two, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and exhaled softly. A faint smile appeared on his face. This time's enlightenment had greatly improved his strength, but he also realized just how difficult it was to break through to the next realm after the transcendent realm. It could be said that every transcendent realm master had experienced all kinds of hardships, struggling on the edge of life and death, experiencing countless life or death battles in order to achieve a cultivation that transcended the mortal realm. Those who couldn't achieve these things would only be mediocre or die early. This deep enlightenment allowed Yang Kai to gain a considerable understanding of the wonders of the conflagrated knowledge sea. Conflagrated divine sense was a variant of divine sense. Whether it was used for attack or defense, it was much more useful than ordinary divine sense. Moreover, it could also be used to deceive others. Yang Kai's divine sense was already powerful enough. By using this powerful divine sense to cover his body, others would be able to misunderstand him and even underestimate his strength, allowing him to obtain some unexpected gains. After a little experimentation, Yang Kai found that this method was quite convenient. All he needed to do was restrain the circulation of his yuan qi and create some illusions with his divine sense to deceive others. However, Yang Kai estimated that this method of his wouldn't be able to deceive those with stronger divine senses than him. If their divine sense was stronger than his, they would be able to see through his disguise. Overall, Yang Kai was very satisfied with his gains this time. Standing atop the iceberg and stretching his muscles, Yang Kai gazed into the distance, but all he could see was the boundless ocean and nothing else. His face went black as he cursed silently. Although Yang Kai had consciously avoided the sea beasts and unknown dangers while he was comprehending, he had also become completely immersed in his divine sense, causing him to be unable to distinguish his bearings. His original plan was to first return to Water Spirit Temple and meet with Shui Ling. In any case, Shui Ling had helped him this time and was one of Yang Kai's few friends, so it was only right for him to meet her and say thank you in person. Then, using Water Spirit Temple as a transit point, he would return to Soaring Heaven Sect. But now, his plans were a bit messed up. Standing atop the iceberg for a while, Yang Kai sorted out his mood and calmed down. As long as he could see someone alive and ask for directions, he would be able to figure out everything. Considering all this, Yang Kai simply sat down cross-legged and watched the rolling sea, his mood relaxed. Under the blue waves of the sea, schools of fish swam past, appearing to be full of vitality. Some colorful corals also opened Yang Kai's eyes. 3 days later, just as Yang Kai was looking at the clouds in the sky in boredom, the divine sense he released suddenly detected a life aura breaking into his alert range. Kai Yang's spirit immediately shook as he stood up and looked over. In the distance, there was a small black dot that was sailing a few dozen kilometers to the side. It was a large ship, and even from such a distance, Yang Kai could clearly see how extraordinary this ship was. These ships sailing the sea were not ordinary ships, but rather ones that had been specially refined with some precious ores. These ships had traces of artifacts on them and their defensive power was comparable to that of precious artifacts. Only such a large ship could withstand the violent attacks of the sea beasts. There were many such ships in Water Spirit Temple. At this moment, this ship was even more magnificent than the one Yang Kai had been on before, its bow like a dragon's, cutting through the waves at an extremely fast speed. On this big ship, there were many brightly colored flags fluttering in the wind. Yang Kai slightly estimated the speed and direction of the big ship and the ice mountain he was sitting on and felt that after a while, the two would pass by each other a dozen kilometers apart. Immediately increasing the output of yuan qi, Yang Kai increased the speed of the ice mountain he was sitting on. A moment later, Yang Kai took back his divine sense. Although he didn't dare to carefully investigate, Yang Kai was basically certain that there were no Saint Realm Masters on this ship, only a few Transcendents and even a few Third-Order Transcendents. With his soul-devouring insects in hand, Yang Kai didn't hesitate to stand up on the ice mountain and shout out loudly, trying to attract the attention of the other party. Sure enough, after a while, several figures appeared on the bow of the ship, all of them pointing towards him, apparently having noticed Yang Kai. However, looking at their indifferent figures, it seemed they didn't intend to pay attention to Yang Kai's shouts, the speed and direction of the big ship not changing in the slightest. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Such a big ship had finally passed by, so of course he wouldn't let it go so easily. Now that he was lost at sea, he really needed to find someone to help him find his bearings. Thinking so, the ice mountain he was sitting on suddenly increased its speed and slammed straight into the big ship. The faces of the people standing on the bow of the ship immediately changed as they shouted out. On the big ship, the crew who heard the commotion were all alarmed and quickly ran to the deck to watch, some of them even being Transcendents. After figuring out what was going on in front of him, the Transcendent Realm Master immediately became angry and waved his hand. Where did this brat come from, acting so recklessly? Shatter the iceberg under his feet for me, actually daring to act against my Holy Land's ship. And let's keep him alive for now, capture him and interrogate him about the situation. Let's see what kind of person he is. Receiving the order of this Transcendent Realm Master, the disciples were immediately filled with righteous indignation, the several people standing at the bow of the ship immediately displaying their martial skills and artifacts. Asterisk schwa 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 asterisk several energy beams shot out from the bow of the ship. Yang Kai was stunned, not having expected the other party to be so impolite, quickly dodging into the sea. With a loud rumble, the iceberg that had been carrying Yang Kai on the sea for 1 to 2 months suddenly turned into dust. As the pieces of ice scattered on the sea, the people on the ship all looked around, carefully searching for Yang Kai's figure, but unfortunately for them, they couldn't help glancing around at each other. Where is he? The Transcendent Realm Master had also lost track of Yang Kai just now, and when he tried to search again, he couldn't find him, so he couldn't help asking with an ugly expression. Everyone shook their heads. Another disciple muttered, could it be he was smashed to pieces? From what I can see, he's quite young and his strength isn't high. Nonsense. The Transcendent Realm Master shouted, daring to wander the sea alone, how can his strength be bad? At the very least, he should be an immortal ascension boundary cultivator. If he was really smashed to pieces, why isn't there any blood on the sea? This little brat must be hiding somewhere, search carefully for him. There's no need to search. A slightly annoyed voice suddenly came from the side of the ship, and in the next moment, Yang Kai climbed up and jumped directly onto the deck, frowning as he stared at the people on the ship, his expression ugly as he asked, everyone, we have no enmity between us, why are you suddenly attacking me? We didn't want to attack you, we just wanted to break the iceberg under your feet. The Transcendent Realm Master coldly snorted, if we really wanted to attack you, would you still be standing here calmly? Yang Kai frowned but didn't say anything more. He had also seen the attacks just now and knew they weren't aimed at him, nor did they contain any killing intent. It was likely that his approach had caused some misunderstanding. However, Yang Kai didn't intend to let the iceberg hit their ship. Explaining this now was useless, so Yang Kai simply didn't mention it. Little brat, I'll ask you a few questions, answer them honestly. If you dare to conceal anything, I'll throw you overboard to feed the fish, the Transcendent Realm Cultivator said solemnly. Yang Kai nodded, circulating his yuan qi to evaporate the seawater on his body, putting on a docile appearance with no hostility. "Who are you? How did you end up on this iceberg?" Junior is just a nobody. He accidentally lost his way at sea and had no choice but to land on this iceberg, otherwise he would have drowned long ago. "Humph." The man coldly snorted, Yang Kai not answering his question directly, obviously making him somewhat dissatisfied. "Then why did you come to my Holy Land's ship?" "I had no choice. I've been waiting for many days and only saw your ship, so I just wanted to come here and ask you for directions. And, if it's convenient, I'd like to ask you to take me away from the sea and find a place to settle down." Chapter 742. "Don't worry, I'll pay you well," Yang Kai finished and added. The cultivators standing on the deck seemed to have heard a good joke and burst into laughter, each of them showing an amused expression as they stared at Yang Kai, a strange light flashing across their eyes. Even the Transcendent Realm Master couldn't help smiling and nodding. "Boy, what kind of reward can you offer?" "How about 10 crystal stones? That's the price I can afford." Yang Kai tilted his head, simply pretending to be a country bumpkin. He could also see that the owner of this ship was either rich or powerful, so naturally he wouldn't care about such a small reward. The people around him laughed even harder. The Transcendent Realm Cultivator nodded lightly. "I didn't expect you to have some spare cash, boy. However, you can keep those 10 crystal stones for yourself." Saying so, he waved to a nearby cultivator and ordered, "Give him a small boat and tell him to scram." Yang Kai's previous answer had made him somewhat vigilant. Although Yang Kai's strength wasn't high, he wasn't prepared to leave Yang Kai on the ship, only wanting to send him off as quickly as possible. "That's fine." Yang Kai didn't insist, "But can you point me in a certain direction?" "No matter where it is, as long as I can reach land as quickly as possible." "What's the use of pointing you in a certain direction?" The other man coldly snorted, "With your cultivation, you won't be able to reach land, you'll just have to prey on the sea. You can consider yourself lucky to have met my 9 Heavens Holy Land. If it were any other great force's ship, I'm afraid you would have already been chopped up and thrown into the sea." 9 Heavens Holy Land. Yang Kai's expression became solemn. Daring to use the word Holy Land, this great force was no small matter. After arriving in Tongxian Realm, Yang Kai had also seen a variety of forces, big and small, such as Bold Independent Union, Water Spirit Temple, Bright Thunder Spirit Religion, Soaring Heaven Sect, and so on. Among them, Bold Independent Union and Bright Thunder Spirit Religion were relatively weak, Water Spirit Temple was in the middle, and Soaring Heaven Sect was the strongest, but this 9 Heavens Holy Land should be even stronger than Soaring Heaven Sect. As they spoke, a small boat that could accommodate several people was lowered from the ship and a cultivator called out, "Uncle Chien, the boat is ready." The Transcendent Realm Cultivator called Uncle Chien was about to answer, but his brow furrowed as he quickly turned around and bowed, "Young lady, why are you out here?" The other cultivators standing on the deck also hurriedly saluted in that direction, their expressions extremely respectful. Following their gazes, Kai Yang's eyes lit up. From the cabin, a young woman wearing a white dress walked out. This woman was very young and extremely beautiful, her skin as white as mud and fat, her eyebrows curved like crescent moons, and her pair of beautiful eyes exuded a lively charm. Her figure was exquisite, tall, and straight, and her buttocks were round and supple. Her entire body exuded the aura of a noble young lady, pleasing to the eye. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's unbridled gaze, the woman couldn't help frowning slightly as she glanced over at him casually. Uncle Chien turned his head and sneered coldly at Yang Kai, his tone full of warning. Yang Kai responded calmly. "It was a bit stuffy inside, so when I heard some noise outside, I came out to take a look." The woman's lips parted slightly, her voice crisp and pleasant as she glanced around and asked, "What happened here?" Uncle Chien immediately reported everything that had just happened, no matter how big or small. The woman couldn't help looking at Yang Kai with some surprise before nodding lightly, indicating that she understood. I didn't expect such a trivial matter would disturb young lady. This subordinate deserves 10,000 deaths. Uncle Qian showed quite a bit of fear. Uncle Qian, you're too serious. The woman slowly shook her head, staring deeply at Yang Kai, smiled slightly, and said something shocking, but he should be lying. Yang Kai was stunned, curiously looking at the woman, not understanding why she was so sure. And this subordinate also has some guesses, so I was thinking of making him leave. Uncle Qian glanced at Yang Kai darkly. There's no need to drive him away. He is an immortal ascension boundary cultivator. If we drive him away, he will have no way to live. Although he lied, he has no malice towards us. Perhaps he has some difficulties that he can't speak of, so we'll take him with us on the road, and when we arrive at our destination, we'll let him leave. Since young lady says so, this subordinate will do as you say. Uncle Qian respectfully responded. I'll go back first, you all be careful, the woman ordered, turned around, and left. After she left, Uncle Qian walked over to Yang Kai and coldly said, Young lady is merciful, not letting me drive you away. You'd better behave. If you dare to plot against us, I'll let you know what it means to be in so much pain you'll wish you were dead. Yang Kai grinned, rest assured, I'll be very safe, I just want to return to the mainland. That's for the best. Uncle Qian nodded heavily, waving to a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator, Ching Fei, keep an eye on him, don't let him have a chance to cause trouble. Yes. A tall and sturdy man hurriedly responded. After giving his orders, Uncle Qian also went to do his own things. The cultivator named Ching Fei walked over to Yang Kai, looking him up and down, his eyes full of contempt. Yang Kai was only showing his immortal ascension boundary 7th stage cultivation at the moment, so unless a Saint Realm master came to spy on him, no one would be able to see his true cultivation. This kind of cultivation, at this age, was very common in Tongxian realm, so it wouldn't arouse any suspicion. This Ching Fei was a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator, so he naturally felt superior. Little brat, behave yourself, uncle doesn't have so much free time to take care of you. If you make uncle angry, I'll make sure you suffer. I'll be very, very honest. Yang Kai nodded quickly. Everyone in Nine Heaven's Holy Land had a sense of pride, probably related to the transcendent status of their force in Tongxian realm. Just like in the central capital, the disciples of the 8 great families also had a sense of superiority when they went out, feeling that no one in the world was inferior to them. Yang Kai had seen this many times, so he didn't care. Come with me, I'll arrange a place for you to live. Ching Fei sneered, beckoning Yang Kai. Yang Kai quickly kept up with his pace, asking as he walked, friend, who was that girl just now? Why does it seem like you're all very respectful to her? Boy, you're quite curious. Ching Fei glanced at Yang Kai contemptuously, coldly snorting, why are you asking about this? Nothing, I just thought she was very beautiful. Yang Kai showed an expression of gentleness and gentleness. Heh, Her Highness the Saintess is naturally beautiful. Ching Fei's face flashed a trace of fanaticism, seemingly quite obsessed with Her Highness the Saintess, but soon he snapped back and angrily shouted, smelly brat, the next time you dare look at Her Highness the Saintess, this uncle will dig out your eyeballs. Do you think a toad can eat swan meat? Why don't you take a look at yourself? Her Highness the Saintess is gentle and kind, the one who can match her has yet to be born. Just you, being able to look at her is a blessing left over from your previous life. This big man snorted disdainfully towards Yang Kai, his words causing Yang Kai to feel as if he had nothing left to hide. Yang Kai rolled his eyes, thinking that although he couldn't compare to that little white boy Zhai Yao, he was still a heroic and extraordinary man. How could he be described as a wretched person by this guy? Immediately losing interest in talking, Yang Kai followed behind Qing Fei silently. However, this woman was actually the saintess of Nine Heavens Holy Land, a fact that surprised Yang Kai. It was said that saintesses were holy and noble existences. Under normal circumstances they would not appear in public. Yang Kai didn't know why this saintess of Nine Heavens Holy Land was floating on a ship at sea. Soon, Qing Fei led Yang Kai to a room at the bottom of the ship's cabin. With a look of annoyance, Qing Fei said, "Go in, until we arrive at our destination, you'll have to stay here. Your 3 meals a day will naturally be sent to you. You're not allowed to go out without permission. If you dare go out, you'll be thrown into the sea." Looking at the small space where even turning around would cause him to run into a wall, Yang Kai couldn't help frowning. However, he didn't ask for too much and simply walked in without saying a word. Qing Fei saw Yang Kai act quite meekly and was very satisfied, immediately closing the door after Yang Kai entered. This room wasn't really a room at all. It was probably just a small warehouse used to store things, covering an area of about 2 meters and emitting a strange smell. Yang Kai was extremely helpless. There was nothing in the room, so he could only sit cross-legged on the floor and open the window behind him, allowing the clear sea breeze to blow in. Only then did he feel much better. The big ship continued to sail on the sea, the entire journey uneventful. Yang Kai didn't want to cause trouble for himself, so he didn't spy on the movements of the people on the ship. Every day, he just sat down in the cabin and cultivated, waiting for the big ship of Nine Heavens Holy Land to dock so he could leave. During this period, Qing Fei also delivered 3 meals a day, all of which were sea fish that Yang Kai didn't have much taste in his mouth. Uncle Qian, who was a transcendent realm cultivator, also came to inquire about Yang Kai's situation several times, and after seeing Yang Kai behave himself, he was very satisfied. Occasionally, some sea beasts would cause trouble, but under the siege of the ship's masters, they were quickly killed. After several battles, Yang Kai was secretly shocked by the heritage of Nine Heavens Holy Land. There were at least 6 transcendent realm masters aboard the ship, 2 of which were third-order transcendents, Uncle Qian being one of them. The remaining 4 were all second-order transcendents. However, what made Yang Kai feel slightly strange was that there weren't any Saint Realm Masters here. Logically speaking, the status of the Saintess was very important, so if such a character was drifting on the sea, there should be a Saint Realm Master stationed here to guard against any accidents. Unable to understand, Yang Kai didn't think too much about it. Inside a huge room in the ship's cabin, the Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess sat at a table, resting her chin on her hand, seemingly lost in thought. Compared to Kai Yang's room, this room was 1,000,000 times better. The room was lit with the highest grade of incense, the fragrance was pleasant and filled with warmth. The room's decorations were also incomparably exquisite, with a noble aura flowing through every corner of the room. Chapter 743. Young lady, what are you thinking about? A maidservant standing next to the Saintess saw her remain motionless for 1 or 2 hours and couldn't help asking. Nothing, the Saintess slowly shook her head, a faint trace of sadness appearing on her brow. Young lady, are you thinking about whether or not you can find the Holy Master this time? Bei Er smiled. I don't want to find the Holy Master. The Saintess sighed softly. But this is young lady's duty. Bei Er's face also became gloomy. I know, I'm looking for him right now, but he hasn't appeared. What can I do? It would be best if he never appears, that way young lady won't have to worry about anything. Sure. The Saintess quickly raised a jade finger to her lips and quietly glanced outside, whispering, You can only say this to me, don't say it outside, it won't be good if Uncle Qian and the others hear. I know, Bei Er stuck out her tongue. But young lady doesn't need to worry too much, my 9 heavens holy land has a total of 4 saintesses, in addition to you, the other 3 are also looking for him, perhaps they will be able to find him. No matter who finds him, it won't be good, the saintess sighed slightly, stood up, and said, I'm tired of sitting here, let's go out for a walk. Bay Air nodded quickly. Outside the cabin and looking around for a while, the saintess' mood improved greatly. Suddenly remembering Yang Kai, she quickly asked one of the disciples on the ship about him. Learning that Yang Kai had been hiding in the cabin and hadn't come out, the saintess couldn't help frowning. Because she was born with a special ability, she could basically spy on the true thoughts of others. When she met Yang Kai before, although she understood that he didn't have any hostility or malice towards her, she still felt that he was a bit strange, as if he was shrouded in a mysterious aura that made the saintess, who had always been good at observation, unable to see through him. After learning that he was safe, the saintess didn't have any intention of talking to him and after resting for a while, returned to the cabin. Days passed, and the ship had been sailing on the sea for about a month when Yang Kai, who was meditating under the cabin, suddenly smelled a scent that made him feel nostalgic. It was the smell of soil. He hurriedly looked out of the window and saw that in the distant horizon, there were some irregularly arranged islands. Shocked, Yang Kai stood up. During this period of time, he had been cooped up in the cabin, and it had suffocated him to death. Now that he saw land, he could finally leave this small space, and his mood instantly became happy. Half a day later, the large ship stopped at the side of an island, and a wave of footsteps came from outside the door. Not long after, the robust man called Ching Fei pushed the door open and shouted, "Kid, we've arrived, come out." Yang Kai nodded slightly and followed him out. On the deck of the ship, the disciples of 9 heavens holy land were disembarking in an orderly manner. On the edge of the island, there were also some cultivators who seemed to be local tyrants who were respectfully greeting them, all of them wearing respectful smiles. When Yang Kai saw the saintess of 9 heavens holy land on the deck, he thought for a moment before walking towards her. His movement immediately attracted the attention of many cultivators. Uncle Qian's Yuan Qi surged as he glared at Yang Kai. It seemed that as soon as Yang Kai made the slightest move, he would immediately be mercilessly killed. Yang Kai acted as if he didn't notice this and leisurely strolled over to the saintess, cupping his fists and saying, "Many thanks for young lady's rescue this time, this one will remember it in his heart. I wish young lady eternal youth, health, and longevity." The saintess' eyelashes trembled slightly before she suddenly smiled. Yang Kai's words were quite different from others, causing her to be a bit surprised. Nodding lightly, she said, "You're too polite. In the future, you should pay more attention to your surroundings, don't drift out to sea again. Many thanks for young lady's concern, farewell." Saying so, Yang Kai jumped off the ship and quickly left. Smooth talker. Uncle Qian seemed to dislike Yang Kai very much and couldn't help coldly snorting. "I think he's quite sincere." The saintess looked at Yang Kai's disappearing back and smiled. Below the ship, many cultivators, whether old or young, were attracted by this smile and were momentarily stunned. It wasn't until Uncle Qian let out a heavy snort that everyone recovered and couldn't help feeling a bit embarrassed. Yang Kai got off the ship and walked around the island. There were also many cultivators coming and going on this island, but the world energy aura here was a bit thin, not as rich as the other islands occupied by Water Spirit Temple. Moreover, there didn't seem to be many masters on this island. Among the local masters who had come to greet 9 heavens holy land just now, the most powerful one was only a second-order transcendent, a white-haired old man with 1 foot in the grave. From the looks of it, the nearby islands weren't very good and should be occupied by some small forces, completely incomparable to Water Spirit Temple. From the scene of people coming and going, it was obvious that on Water Spirit Temple's side, outsiders were not allowed to enter, but on this island, there seemed to be many outsiders. After wandering around the island for a while, young Kai walked into an inn, chose a table by the window, and ordered the waiter to bring him some food and drink. The waiter nodded and soon returned with many exquisite dishes, but just as he was about to leave, he was stopped by young Kai. "What other instructions does honored guest have?" the waiter asked with a smile. Young Kai didn't say a word, simply taking out 2 crystal stones and placing them on the table. The waiter's eyes lit up and he immediately flattered, "Honored guest, these dishes won't cost more than 2 crystal stones. I'll ask you a few questions. If your answers satisfy me, the extra is yours. If honored guest has any questions, please feel free to ask. This humble one will answer to the best of his ability." Young Kai nodded with satisfaction, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Where is this place?" The waiter stared at young Kai in amazement for a moment before smiling. "Honored guest doesn't know where this place is? Then how did you get here?" Before he finished speaking though, he saw the look in young Kai's eyes and quickly stopped and explained, "This is Sea Green Island. Then what kind of forces are there here?" "Here, there is the Qing family, Wang family, Hai family." The waiter reported one by one. After listening to the waiter's description, young Kai understood that these nearby islands belonged to a force called the Seven Family Alliance. There were about 20 to 30 islands nearby, and a total of 7 families occupied these islands. These families were all fairly equal in strength, but none of them were too powerful. As for the masters in these families, as young Kai had seen before, the most powerful one was only a second-order transcendent, and there weren't many transcendents, each family only having 4 or 5. After inquiring about the distance to Water Spirit Temple, the waiter's answer left young Kai dumbfounded. He seemed to have followed Nine Heavens Holy Land's ship in the opposite direction and was now several tens of thousands of kilometers away from Water Spirit Temple. Learning this, young Kai could only shake his head helplessly. It seemed that there was no way for him to return to Water Spirit Temple and thank Shui Ling in person, so he could only wait until they had a chance to meet. As for the mainland closest to these islands, it would take at least a month to reach by boat. "Is there an alchemist guild here?" Young Kai frowned and asked. The waiter shook his head. What a remote place. Young Kai cursed in his heart. Even the Alchemist Guild headquarters didn't establish a branch here. Obviously this place was quite desolate. "Is little brother an alchemist?" The waiter was a shrewd man, so from Young Kai's question, he was keenly aware of something. "What's wrong?" Young Kai glanced at him. The Seven Family Alliance is vigorously recruiting alchemists and the benefits are first class. If little brother wants to make some money, you might as well apply. Young Kai quietly curled his lips, obviously not interested in this. He didn't care about the benefits, all he wanted right now was to improve his alchemy skills, but looking at the Seven Family Alliance's forces, it was obvious they didn't have any good herbs for him to refine. "Right, what are the guests here talking about? Why do I see them all dressed up so well? Why do they look so elegant and elegant?" Kai Yang asked again. Since arriving on this island, young Kai had noticed this problem. Basically, as long as one was a young man, they would dress up like dogs. Not only were they particular about their clothing, but when they spoke, they were also very polite. It seemed like all of them were very well educated. Not only young people, but even some middle-aged people were like this, always paying attention to their manners, as if there was a pair of invisible eyes observing their performance. This made Yang Kai quite puzzled, not understanding whether this was the custom of this place or some other reason. "Little brother, you don't know?" Hearing Yang Kai's question, the waiter suddenly showed a smirk, his expression becoming ambiguous. "Should I know?" Young Kai glanced over at him before taking out 2 more crystal stones and placing them on the table without any trace of politeness, saving this waiter from continuing to talk nonsense with him. The waiter's eyes were sharp and his hands were quickly grabbing the crystal stone and thanking him profusely. Sure enough, he didn't waste any more time, glancing around before whispering into Yang Kai's ear, "The 9 Heavens Holy Land saintesses are here today, all of them are deliberately showing off." Yang Kai frowned. What does the saintess coming here have to do with them?
Of course it has something to do with them. The waiter saw that Yang Kai really didn't seem to know the inside story and couldn't help being surprised, quickly explaining, "The saintess is out on an inspection tour. She is looking for the next holy master of 9 Heavens Holy Land. If one can catch the eye of Her Highness the Saintess, that person will be like a fish leaping through the dragon gate, flying to a branch and transforming into a phoenix." Just based on them? Yang Kai swept his eyes around and saw all these crooked and pretentious people, causing him to feel nauseous for a moment before sneering disdainfully, that saintess would have to be blind to take a fancy to this group of trash. Shoo! The waiter's face changed as he became vigilant, whispering, "Honored guest, please don't say such things, you'll only provoke public anger. Besides, who Her Highness the Saintess will choose, we don't know. Every time the 9 Heavens Holy Land Saintess goes out on an inspection tour, it will cause such a disturbance. Half a year ago, 9 Heavens Holy Land released news that the Saintess was going out on an inspection tour, shocking the world. Countless young geniuses have been secretly preparing. Our Clear Sea Island has been lively since half a month ago. Everyone has been waiting for the Saintess to arrive. If it were before, how could this place be so lively?"
Chapter 744. Although Yang Kai had been in Tongxian realm for 3 or 4 years now, he was still in a state of ignorance. After listening to the waiter's explanation, Yang Kai realized that the Saintess of 9 Heavens Holy Land going out on an inspection tour was a world-shaking event. Moreover, it wasn't until now that Yang Kai realized that 9 Heavens Holy Land had more than one saintess. There were a total of 4 saintesses who had gone in different directions. The itinerary of these saintesses covered almost all of the human territories. These saintesses had grown up in 9 Heavens Holy Land from an early age. After 10 or 20 years of cultivation and numerous selections, each one of them was young and beautiful and had cultivated the special secret arts of 9 Heavens Holy Land. Their biggest purpose for going out on an inspection tour was to find the next holy master of 9 Heavens Holy Land. Currently, the current holy master of 9 Heavens Holy Land was very old and likely would not live for long, so these 4 saintesses had decided to go out on an inspection tour. As for what method they would use to find the next holy master, no one knew, only that every holy master of 9 Heavens Holy Land had been found by the saintesses. According to historical records, before the first 9 holy masters were discovered by the saintesses, they had done all sorts of things. Some were young talents who had become famous throughout the world, some were just ordinary peddlers, some were mediocre people, but once they were found by the saintesses and entered 9 Heavens Holy Land, they would blossom into a dazzling brilliance and undergo earth-shaking changes. And when these 9 people were found, their ages ranged from 10 to 60 years old. The saintesses seemed to have a unique vision that was different from ordinary people. Because of this, when the saintesses of 9 Heavens Holy Land arrived, those who had illusions in their hearts would carefully display themselves. If they were really chosen by the saintess, it would be a blessing to them. That was why there were so many pretentious people on this island who were deliberately trying to show off. None of them knew what method the saintesses would use to select the next holy master, nor did they know whether the masters around the saintesses were monitoring the entire island, so they could only strive to be perfect and not make any mistakes. Yang Kai listened in amazement. Before this, he had never thought that such a bizarre thing could exist in this world. "Second brother, you know a lot." Yang Kai was impressed. The waiter chuckled. "It's something that everyone knows. It seems that you're the only one who doesn't know. Then you don't have any ideas." Yang Kai looked at him meaningfully. According to what he said, the Saint Master was most likely a mediocre person before he was found. The waiter also had a chance. Of course, why not? As expected, the waiter nodded heavily. But I don't think I'm good enough for someone like the Saintess. If she takes a fancy to me, it's my fortune. If she doesn't, it's only natural. I'll just live like before. I don't know how to act. Respect. The indifferent attitude of the waiter surprised Yang Kai. He cupped his hands and said, "Well, good luck to you, brother waiter. Thank you for your auspicious words, sir." The waiter beamed and went back to his own business. After eating and drinking in the inn for a while and obtaining the information he wanted, Yang Kai left. Now that he didn't have anything urgent to do, he naturally wasn't in a hurry to leave. The matter of the Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess looking for the Saint Master was something he was quite curious about. Naturally, he wanted to stay and watch the show. Each of the 20 or so nearby islands was extremely lively. Since the arrival of the Saintess, all the young men seemed to have been injected with chicken blood and were extremely excited. Yang Kai stayed here for 10 days, running around the various large and small islands, appreciating the local customs and buying a lot of herbs. Unfortunately, the matter he had been paying attention to didn't appear. After the Saintess arrived here, it was as if she had disappeared without a trace, so there was no way she could find the mysterious Saint Master. While Yang Kai was touring the archipelago, inside a palace on one of the islands, the Third Order Transcendent Uncle Qian respectfully came up to the Saintess and asked nervously, "Young lady, is there still no response?" The Saintess slowly shook her head. Uncle Qian's expression became gloomy as he sighed slightly. "This is already the 8th place we've visited. It seems the Saint Master isn't here. In a few days, we'll leave and head to the next place." The Saintess nodded slightly, not refuting. She knew what kind of responsibility she shouldered since she was a child and had always strived towards this goal. Between her and her 3 sisters, one of them would eventually find the next Saint Master in this vast sea of people. "Uncle Qian, we've been here for a few days and haven't gone out yet. Today, I want to go out with Bei, to enjoy the scenery, is that all right?" The Saintess suddenly asked. Uncle Qian hesitated for a moment before nodding, "Good. But young lady should dress up a bit first." "Rest assured, I have a sense of propriety." With Uncle Qian's approval, the Saintess' mood seemed to improve greatly. After dressing up, the 2 women happily went out, 2 second-order Transcendent Masters quietly following behind them in case something unexpected happened. On the island, Yang Kai was searching for rare herbs in a shop when suddenly, a sensational energy fluctuation spread out from nearby, accompanied by a loud bang that seemed to shake the entire island. Everyone on the island paled, not knowing what was happening. Yang Kai's expression also became solemn as he quickly rushed out of the medicine shop and flew up into the air to look in the direction of the source of the sound. Above the sea, a pillar of water was slowly descending, as if something terrible had happened in the depths of the sea just now. Some people were hurriedly flying back from the sea while many cultivators who didn't know what was going on were also rushing over. At the same time, Yang Kai noticed an aura that made him feel very comfortable. It was the aura of Yang attribute energy. Obviously, because of the accident just now, this aura had leaked out from the depths of the sea. Immediately shaking his spirits, Yang Kai rushed over. The water attribute aura in the sea was extremely rich, so under normal circumstances, it was impossible for anything with Yang attribute to form, but once it did, it meant it was extraordinary. Yang Kai really wanted to know what kind of thing could actually emit such an aura. But before he could approach, he was stopped by a group of people. These people should be cultivators from the 7 Family Alliance who had formed a line of defense on the coast, not allowing anyone to approach. Although there were many foreign cultivators, everyone adhered to the principle of not looking for trouble and didn't try to force their way in, all of them stopping a short distance away and staring towards the sea, whispering to one another. Young Kai listened for a while but didn't hear any useful information, only that this accident had happened very suddenly. Soon, many masters arrived on the island. Young Kai had seen these people before. They were the group of people who had come to greet the Saintess when Nine Heavens Holy Land ship docked. They were all masters from the Seven Family Alliance. These people had gathered together and were discussing something in low voices, their expressions dignified, from time to time glancing towards the place where many outsiders were gathered. Young Kai had been observing all this time and felt that the young attribute aura leaking out from the depths of the sea seemed to be getting richer and richer, causing him to become more and more curious. After waiting for half a day, just as Young Kai was considering whether to sneak into the depths of the sea to investigate before nightfall, the masters from the Seven Family Alliance seemed to have come to a decision. One of the transcendent realm yellow-faced old men walked over to the crowd and stopped a short distance away before lightly coughing. "Everyone, I'm sure everyone has heard about the accident just now and has even seen it with their own eyes. My Seven Family Alliance won't hide anything from you. In line with the principle of sharing good news with all of you, we're guests from afar, so I'd like to inform you that below this island, somewhere in the sea, there seems to be an ancient ruin." Cries of alarm rang out. Young Kai's expression also changed slightly. Ancient ruin, these 4 words were like a thunderclap in everyone's ears, shocking them all. The yellow-faced old man glanced around and was very satisfied with everyone's reaction, smiling lightly as he said, "There's no need to doubt, that is indeed an ancient ruin. Before this, my Seven Family Alliance was aware of it and sent some people down to investigate. It was precisely because they triggered the spirit array that such a big commotion occurred. The people who returned have confirmed this." "Old man, what are you planning? Do you want us to go down and help you explore so your Seven Family Alliance can take advantage of this opportunity to take advantage of us?" Immediately, some of the people who thought they were smart shouted. Hearing what he said, everyone couldn't help becoming a little vigilant as they stared at the yellow-faced old man vigilantly. With such a great opportunity, the Seven Family Alliance had no reason to tell these outsiders about it for no reason. Obviously, they were trying to entice them to go down and investigate. If that wasn't the case, then there must be a great deal of danger down there, otherwise, the Seven Family Alliance would have already gone down themselves. The yellow-faced old man chuckled and unexpectedly admitted, "I did have such an idea, but that's not all of it. My Seven Family Alliance knows our limits. If you want to forcibly go down and take a share of the loot, we can't stop you. You old man, it seems you still have some self-awareness." Someone laughed loudly. Because of the arrival of the Saintess, there were too many outsiders here, and although most of them didn't have high cultivation, it was impossible for them to stop all of them. It was possible that as soon as they stepped foot down, someone would follow them. The yellow-faced old man's words were quite honest and won many people's goodwill. "So after some discussion, my Seven Family Alliance has a proposal. I hope you'll listen to it. Old man, if you have something to say, then say it quickly. My Seven Family Alliance will take the lead and go down to investigate what is hidden inside the ancient ruins. If there are any friends who want to come along, please register and register. When the time comes, if there are any benefits, my Seven Family Alliance is willing to share them with you. This way, everyone will benefit and avoid any unpleasantness." The yellow-faced old man shouted in a deep voice, "However, this old master must remind you that we don't know what the situation inside the ancient ruins is like, but where there are benefits, there are also risks. If you want to act together with my Seven Family Alliance, please have a certain level of awareness. If you lose your life, we will not be responsible." Chapter 745. After the yellow-faced old man finished speaking, he no longer said anything, stroking his beard as he stood to the side and waited quietly. Although his words couldn't be completely trusted, the words ancient ruin still touched everyone's nerves. As long as it was an ancient ruin, there were bound to be treasures inside. The world was bustling with activity for profit, so the foreign cultivator gathered on the shore couldn't help but be tempted. What's more, when the barrier was triggered, everyone was aware of it. Everyone gathered together, frowning as they discussed. There were also many people, like Yang Kai, who stood alone and vigilantly observed the situation. The seven-family alliance had no choice but to make such a decision, but it was clear that they wanted to use these outsiders as a pawn in order to avoid any losses to their own side. This also meant that they had some understanding of the ancient ruins below, but not much. Kai Yang's thoughts raced through his mind, and he soon understood the gist of it. Should I go or not? There was definitely a risk down below, but the source of the rich young attribute energy was something Yang Kai was very concerned about. Now that he had reached the transcendent realm, he didn't have any decent artifacts on hand. His bone shield had been destroyed by the storm in Starfield, so the only artifact he could use was the small soul-type sword in his knowledge sea. However, this small soul-type sword was only a heaven-grade top-rank artifact, and while it had some value in the central capital, it didn't have much use here. If it was a powerful artifact that exuded such a strong young attribute aura, it would complement Yang Kai. After obtaining it, his strength would increase significantly. Even if it wasn't an artifact, it would still be of great help to him. Considering all this, Yang Kai came to a decision. There were many others who had made the same decision as him. Not long after the yellow-faced old man finished speaking, someone strode out from the crowd and walked towards the place where the seven-family alliance was gathered. Soon, the scattered cultivator gathered together, Yang Kai also walking over. However, more people were still watching, hesitating, some unable to make up their minds. Seeing this scene, the yellow-faced old man who had been silent all this time suddenly said, "Right. There is one more thing I must tell you. Although my seven-family alliance is leading the way, there is a limit to the number of people who can participate. It is impossible for my seven-family alliance to accept everyone without limit. And each family will only accept 30 friends. As for strength, the higher the better. Those below the immortal ascension boundary won't be able to join in the fun." "Fuck, you old man, why didn't you say so earlier?" A wave of angry curses came from the crowd. The cultivator who was still observing was afraid that they would lose their position if they were too slow. All of them scrambled to be the first to rush over. The yellow-faced old man stroked his beard with an indescribable smile on his face. He was immensely proud of his trick. Each of the seven family alliances sent a representative to stand at the front. Any cultivator who wanted to work with them could freely choose which sect they wanted to cooperate with. There were at least 2,000 people gathered in the 7 long lines. Yang Kai had arrived early and casually reported his name. Showing his disguised immortal ascension boundary 7th stage cultivation, he easily passed and was arranged to wait in another place. Time passed slowly as one cultivator after another arrived in front of the 7 family alliance's masters. Most of them were politely rejected because of their low cultivation, but there were many who, like Yang Kai, were accepted. In less than 2 hours, everyone had finished their inspection. However, the number of cultivators who remained far exceeded the yellow-faced old man's expectations. There were nearly 300 of them, the weakest of whom was an immortal ascension boundary 7th stage master. Among them, there was no lack of transcendence, but there weren't many of them. Of these 300 people, there were less than 10 transcendents. The 7 family alliance's cultivator gathered together to discuss for a while before the yellow-faced old man declared, "This old master has felt everyone's enthusiasm. Those who pass will follow my 7 family alliance into the sea, the rest of you must remain on the coast. If you dare not listen to my advice, don't blame my 7 family alliance for not showing mercy." The remaining cultivators weren't very strong, so the yellow-faced old man's words were no longer as polite as before. Obviously, he was certain they wouldn't dare act rashly here. After all, this was the Seven Family Alliance's territory. Seeing him change his attitude so quickly, the excluded cultivator could only curse a few times in their hearts, but there was nothing they could do. After they finished speaking, the masters from the Seven Family Alliance gathered together again, seemingly preparing for the upcoming battle. Yang Kai stood in a remote corner, coldly observing the strength of the people around him. Most of them were doing the same thing as him, as if everyone here was his competitor. Perceiving this, Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. They hadn't even found any treasure yet, but the smell of gunpowder was already so strong. If they really found something good, this group of people would likely immediately start fighting. The Seven Family Alliance had played a good game. They knew that they couldn't prevent these outsiders from exploring the sea, so they had adopted a conciliatory strategy. On the surface, they were willing to share the secrets of the ancient ruins with outsiders, but in fact, even if they took them down, they would only become a hindrance to each other. Such a state of disunity would make it difficult for them to achieve anything in the ancient ruins. When the time came, the Seven Family Alliance's cultivator would only need to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight while reaping the benefits of the fishermen. In this way, they would be able to reap most of the benefits, avoiding losses as much as possible while also reaping great benefits. Yang Kai secretly shook his head. While he was observing, a fragrant wind suddenly blew in from the side, bringing with it a somewhat familiar scent. Yang Kai frowned and turned his head to find a woman standing next to him with a faint smile on her face. Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously for a moment before his expression suddenly changed. "You, Shu." The woman quickly raised a jade finger and signaled to Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he quietly released his divine sense to investigate the surroundings. Looking at the beautiful woman before him, a strange smile appeared on his face as he whispered, "Young lady, why are you here? Are you sure it's me?" The woman smiled faintly, seemingly a little surprised. Yang Kai chuckled and shook his head. There is a saying that one can recognize a woman by smelling her fragrance. Every woman's fragrance is different, although you've changed your appearance. And I don't know what method you used to conceal your original aura, but this fragrance can't be changed. You really have a dog's nose. The woman's face blushed slightly as she glared at Yang Kai. "Seeing how experienced you are, you must have seduced a lot of women, right?" "Nope." Yang Kai shook his head solemnly. "I've always been a clean and honest person, would never do such shameless things." The woman giggled and shook her head. "I don't believe you." Yang Kai glanced over at her before glancing over at the two second-order transcendent masters who were hurriedly flying away. The two of them were releasing their divine senses unscrupulously, seemingly anxiously searching for someone, but after failing to find anything, they could only dejectedly leave. Isn't this inappropriate? No matter what, you're still a saintess. What are you doing here? Yang Kai quietly pointed in the direction the two masters had left. They seem to be looking for you. Don't look at them. They're still vigilant. If they discover you, it won't be good. The woman quickly tugged at Yang Kai's clothes. When he realized the true identity of this woman just now, Yang Kai was truly shocked. She was actually the Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess on that ship. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of exquisite method she had used to perfectly conceal her aura and even change her original appearance. If she hadn't taken the initiative to approach him, Yang Kai wouldn't have discovered her. The skills of this Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess were truly bizarre. No wonder she was able to escape from those two second-order transcendent masters and secretly hide here. "You haven't told me yet, what are you doing here?" Yang Kai frowned and asked. "Joining in the fun, there are so many people here. This kind of fun isn't easy to join. If you make a mistake, you'll lose your life." Yang Kai snorted, shooting her a strange look. The saintess immediately became annoyed. "Do you think I don't understand anything and will only die in vain?" If an immortal ascension boundary 7th stage cultivator like you can go, why can't I? My strength is much higher than yours. Hey, don't you have the manners and upbringing of a saintess? Yang Kai was dumbfounded. The woman in front of him at this moment was very different from the gentle and quiet saintess from before, as if she was the real her. Why do you care? In any case, I won't choose you as holy master. The woman snorted disdainfully. I don't want to be holy master. Yang Kai spat disdainfully. The woman suddenly frowned and said, Don't expose me, I only approached you because I believe you. Don't worry, I won't meddle in other people's business. Yang Kai nodded, but soon became vigilant again. Why would a saintess like you approach a nobody like me? The saintess' long eyelashes fluttered as she smiled and said, How do I say this? I always feel like you're hiding something, like there's a mysterious aura around you that I can't see through. I'm a bit curious. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he grinned meaningfully. Same here. What kind of cultivation did this woman have? Yang Kai couldn't see through her. Even if he was in close contact with her, it was as if there was some kind of mysterious power around her that prevented him from prying. Your smile is quite evil. The saintess looked at Yang Kai timidly before sighing. I grew up in the Holy Land since I was a child, and this was the first time I had ever left the Holy Land, but wherever I went, there were always people following me. It was so annoying. I just wanted to be able to be my own master for once, so I was able to shake them off. You don't need to explain yourself to me. Yang Kai said lightly, I have no interest in the affairs of outsiders. And, when we arrive at the ancient ruins, don't get entangled with me. If you really encounter any danger, you can only pray for yourself, don't expect anyone to come and save you. Chapter 746. Today, seeing Yang Kai's attitude suddenly become cold, the saintess snorted, I don't expect you to save me, just take care of yourself. Saying so, she angrily walked away, apparently unwilling to communicate with Yang Kai any longer. Seeing her like this, Yang Kai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't know what the situation below was, but perhaps there really was some kind of great danger. If this saintess had been by his side all this time, he really wouldn't have been able to act freely. It was far better to be on his own and not care about the life or death of others. Although this woman had allowed Yang Kai to stay on the ship, they were only strangers who had met by chance, so Yang Kai had no obligation to protect her safety. In Yang Kai's opinion, this was just a little girl who had grown up in a greenhouse and wanted to prove her ability just because she had some skill. He needed to make her suffer a bit so she would understand how dangerous this world was. After waiting for a long time, the cultivator from the Seven Family Alliance finally finished their discussion. Under the yellow-faced old man's command, the selected outsiders gathered into 7 teams. When Yang Kai had signed up before, he had also chosen a random family, but only now did he discover that the family he had chosen was actually the high family this yellow-faced old man belonged to. There were about 40 outsiders in this team, each one of them looking quite strong, with one of them even being a transcendent. The 9 Heavens Holy Land Saintess was not in this team, instead she was with another family. The yellow-faced old man came to the front of the crowd, cleared his throat, and swept his eyes over them. This old man is untalented, but he is Hai Wanggu, the protector of the 7 Family Alliance's High Family. This time, this old man will lead everyone into the ancient ruins at the bottom of the sea. I ask everyone to listen to this old man's orders and not act rashly to avoid unnecessary casualties. And, in addition to all of you, my high family will also send a dozen capable masters to cooperate with you. Since all of you have chosen my high family, then this high will definitely do his best to protect all of you. But, let me warn you first, if any of you end up harming everyone's interests, then don't blame this high for being ruthless. Saying so, He swept his eyes over the crowd in a dignified manner, causing everyone to remain silent, not saying a word. Hai Wanggu nodded with satisfaction, then, life or death is up to fate, let's go. While he was talking, he was the first one to fly out. More than 40 foreign cultivators gathered together with the dozen or so cultivators from the Fair family. They closely followed his footsteps and rushed towards the surface of the sea. At the same time, the remaining 6 families also made their moves. While flying, Yang Kai secretly observed the group of people dispatched by the Hai family. There were only a dozen or so of them, but if he counted Hai Wanggu, there were 3 transcendents while the rest were all peak immortal ascension boundary masters. Although their numbers were small, their overall strength was undoubtedly much stronger than this group of outsiders. The Fair family could be considered to have dispatched all of their elites. They had completely occupied the initiative. The other 6 families also had the same lineup. After a short while, everyone arrived at the surface of the sea. Hai Wanggu waved his hand and summoned out a disc-shaped artifact. This artifact was shrouded in a silver glow and exuded a rich energy fluctuation, clearly a spirit-grade artifact. Everyone, please come closer, this old man will take you down, Hai Wanggu shouted to the crowd. Everyone hurriedly moved closer to him. Hai Wanggu poured his true qi into the disc artifact, and suddenly, a silver light curtain appeared around him, wrapping up a 200-meter radius around him.
Under his control, this light curtain quickly sank, bringing everyone down to the seabed. Seeing him reveal such a skill, many people's expressions became solemn. Although Hai Wanggu did not display any powerful artifacts or martial skills, just his ability to bring dozens of people into the sea with him was enough to impress many people. Secretly observing everyone's expressions, Hai Wanggu's face showed a faint smugness. All around them was blue sea water, and below them was a sea of darkness. It was so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. Many of the martial artists who had never entered the sea before couldn't help but gulp. They quietly moved closer to Hai Wanggu, as if they could find more safety. Yang Kai glanced around and found that there were bright lights all around. It was the cultivator from the other 6 families, all of them using different methods to rush towards the bottom of the sea. The silver light curtain created by Hai Wanggu was extremely tough. Even when the sea water flowed outside, it was unable to penetrate. Around it, there were also a number of colorful fish swimming around. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help pointing at it curiously. As they dove deeper, the expression on Hai Wanggu's face gradually became less relaxed. The depths of the sea were unfathomable, and the deeper they went, the greater the pressure. Even if he was a transcendent realm master, maintaining such a large-scale artifact required him to consume a huge amount of yuan qi. The silver light curtain also seemed to be under great pressure and was no longer as smooth as before, slowly shrinking in size. Noticing this, the cultivator's expression couldn't help changing, frowning as he stared at Hai Wanggu, wondering if he could keep going. After diving for a while, Hai Wanggu suddenly said, "Everyone, this old master would like to ask for your help. Can you use your yuan qi to help this old master maintain the operation of this artifact? If this continues, I'm afraid we won't be able to reach the bottom of the sea." Hearing him say this, many people couldn't help cursing in their hearts. This old man clearly still had some strength to spare, but he was putting on an extremely difficult expression. Obviously, he didn't want to consume too much yuan qi and wanted to maintain his condition, so he wanted everyone to help. Seeing the silver light curtain shrink to the edge of their bodies, the cultivator had no choice but to act, all of them quickly circulating their yuan qi and sending it towards the artifact in Hai Wanggu's hand. Hai Wanggu smiled and nodded, accepting this yuan qi and transforming it into his artifact's power. Yang Kai also followed suit and sent out a few yuan qi bursts. Everyone snorted in their hearts. Everyone was holding the idea of saving yuan qi and was unwilling to contribute, hoping that others would waste their energy in order to gain the upper hand in the upcoming exploration.
They hadn't even reached the bottom of the sea yet they were already scheming against each other. Who knew what would happen once they reached the bottom of the sea? After accepting everyone's yuan qi, the silver light curtain really did expand a lot. But after a while, Hai Wanggu once again asked for help. After repeating this process many times, they still hadn't seen the so-called ancient ruins. Everyone's yuan qi consumption was too great, so they suddenly became impatient and began to ask questions. Hai Wanggu calmly explained, "Don't worry, we're almost there. The depth of the seabed is not something you can imagine." This continued for about the time it would take to burn a stick of incense before someone suddenly exclaimed and pointed down, "Look down there." Following the direction he was pointing, everyone looked down and couldn't help shaking their spirits. Down below, there were flashing colorful lights, and surrounded by these lights, a huge and boundless ruin appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Ancient ruins. Everyone couldn't help feeling excited. "It looks like we've finally arrived," Hai Wanggu smiled faintly, leading everyone down at a much faster speed. Not long after, the group arrived at the periphery of the ancient ruins. Looking from the outside, the ancient ruins covered a vast area, about a few dozen miles in radius. Inside the ancient ruins, it was desolate. There were many palace-like existences, and neatly arranged houses, but most of them had already collapsed, leaving behind only broken walls and ruins. Moreover, the periphery of this huge ancient ruin seemed to be wrapped in an inexplicable barrier, so even at the bottom of the sea, the ancient ruins were abnormally dry, without the slightest trace of moisture. At the edge of the ancient ruins, countless corals swayed back and forth with the flow of the sea. These corals exuded a colorful light, illuminating the ancient ruins with a gloomy aura. Everyone couldn't help feeling frightened, not knowing if there was some kind of danger lurking inside. Hai Wanggu, on the other hand, continued to maintain the operation of the artifact as he led everyone directly into the ancient ruins. The barrier around the ancient ruins blocked the sea and turned a blind eye to everyone's intrusion, allowing the group of a few dozen people to easily enter the ancient ruins. Hai Wanggu took back his artifact and took a deep breath, his old face filled with excitement as his eyes flashed with expectation. "Since we're here, let's hurry up, the other 6 groups should also be here soon," Hai Wanggu said. Everyone's face went black as they looked at Hai Wanggu's relaxed appearance, realizing that they had all been fooled by this old fox. In order to maintain the operation of the artifact, most of the people here had consumed a lot of energy, but Hai Wanggu was still full of energy. Now that he had made such a proposal, it was obvious he didn't intend to give everyone time to recover. As they spoke, from different corners, the other 6 groups of people arrived one after another. Not having the time to curse, these cultivators quickly took out pills and stuffed them into their mouths, following Hai Wanggu's pace while secretly circulating their secret arts to dissolve the medicinal efficacies and replenish their yuan qi. In order to avoid suspicion, Yang Kai also put on an act and casually tossed a pill into his mouth. After entering this ancient ruin, Yang Kai felt an extremely rich yang attribute energy flowing out from a certain direction. This yang attribute energy filled the entire ancient ruin, causing it to not only not feel cold, but instead feel warm. However, Yang Kai didn't leave the group and head in that direction. The ancient ruins were mysterious and unpredictable, so he planned to follow the group and explore the situation first. As everyone walked, they couldn't help exclaiming in amazement. Because the things in this ancient ruins were extremely old, at least a few thousand years old. It was unknown which great force it belonged to, but in the end, it had sunk to the bottom of the sea. Everyone was paying close attention to their surroundings, releasing their divine senses to search for any possible treasures. As Hai Wanggu walked, he said, "If you find anything, please give it to this old master. Rest assured, after we leave this place and return to the surface, this old master will share everything with you. My Hai family will never take anything here for itself. Of course, the more effort you put in, the more benefits you will receive in the end. My Hai family is no exception. Hai Wanggu's words were righteous, but after suffering such a loss, no one dared to believe him. Chapter 747. After walking for a short time, a few people suddenly jumped out of the group and ran towards the collapsed houses on both sides. At the same time, many people noticed that inside the houses on both sides, there seemed to be something emitting energy fluctuations. Hai Wanggu waved his hand, signaling everyone to stop and wait quietly. The people who rushed out were the cultivators of the Hai family. After all, this was their territory, so even if a foreign cultivator noticed something unusual, he wouldn't act first. If there were benefits, the Hai family wouldn't mind drinking the soup, but if there was danger, the Hai family would be the one to test it out. That was what everyone was planning. A moment later, the Hai family cultivator quickly returned from the left and right sides. The two who returned from the left side were dejected and slowly shook their heads towards Hai Wanggu. Obviously they hadn't gained anything. On the other hand, the one who returned from the right side had an extremely excited smile on his face as he handed over a seemingly simple object to Hai Wanggu. Everyone's eyes were like locusts biting into this object. Hai Wanggu took it and carefully wiped the dust off its surface, releasing his divine sense to investigate it, and couldn't help raising his brow as he nodded. It's an artifact, but with the passage of time, it has lost most of its spirituality. Now, it's only mysterious grade low rank. What a pity. If it was in perfect condition, I'm afraid it would at least be a spirit grade top rank artifact. Listening to him say this, everyone couldn't help showing a look of regret. What he said this time was the truth, because everyone's eyes were focused on this artifact. Under the prying of their divine senses, it was impossible for him to lie. However, they had only walked a short distance before obtaining an artifact, which could be considered a good thing, so everyone was looking forward to this trip. This artifact will be kept by this old master for now. When we return, I'll have an artifact refiner repair it. Perhaps it can restore some of its spirituality and improve its grade, Hai Wanggu said as he put the artifact into his universe bag. He had made it clear that everything he found would be kept by him and shared with everyone after they returned. On top of that, this thing was found by the Hai family cultivator. At this time, naturally no one said anything. With such a harvest, everyone became more focused on their search. Moreover, in order to expand the search range, Hai Wanggu divided everyone into 3 small teams, each led by a transcendent from his Hai family, each of them heading off in 3 different directions. Yang Kai still followed behind Hai Wanggu, but after the team split up, there were less than 20 people left. Besides Hai Wanggu, only Yang Kai was a transcendent while the rest were all immortal ascension boundary cultivators. Among the collapsed houses on both sides of the road, from time to time, everyone would find something that made their eyes light up. Most of these things were artifacts, although occasionally there were also secret arts and martial skills. But because too much time had passed, these martial arts manuals were not well preserved. The moment they entered the hand, they turned into fine powder, causing people to wring their wrists in pity. There were also some medicinal pills, but similarly, because too much time had passed, their medicinal properties had completely evaporated, and only some residue remained. They could no longer be used. Half a day later, the group only managed to obtain a few incomplete artifacts that had lost most of their spirituality. This made them somewhat dissatisfied. These gains were far from what they had expected. Yang Kai had been following the team from the beginning, neither showing off nor deliberately concealing himself, only displaying the performance of an immortal ascension boundary 7th stage cultivator, not attracting anyone's attention or suspicion. Among the dozen or so artifacts they had found, he had also contributed, but he wasn't interested in them. What made him slightly puzzled was that this ancient ruin should have belonged to a great sect from a long time ago. Such a sect should have many layers of barriers placed around it. Inferring from the barrier that blocked the sea water, these barriers should still be functional, but until now, no one had encountered any danger. This made him even more vigilant. As he was walking, a thin man suddenly approached him. Yang Kai frowned and glanced over at him casually, only to find that the other party was grinning at him silently and strangely. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai asked. "Boy, you're quite smart." The man glanced over at Hai Wanggu, who was leading the way, and determined that he wasn't paying attention to them before lowering his voice. "Am I?" Yang Kai suddenly felt interested. This man was also a foreign cultivator following Hai Wanggu, a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator. He wasn't very old, probably only in his 30s, but his pair of small and narrow eyes were like those of a poisonous snake, giving off a shrewd and insidious aura. Him suddenly coming to find him for no reason made Yang Kai somewhat confused, not knowing what this man was planning. "I can see it." The man nodded lightly. "Although you're taciturn, your eyes are shining brightly, which is a sign of your shrewdness. You want to hide your true strength so you can make a big move." "No, you're thinking too much." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "Don't deny it, that's what everyone is thinking." The skinny man chuckled and said, "That old man kept all the spoils in his own Chenkuan bag. Who knows what he's thinking? If we really go up there, he might not give us anything at all, or just give us a small profit. This is the territory of the Seven Family Alliance, in the end it's up to them to decide. They eat the meat, I'll just drink the soup." Yang Kai chuckled, "My requirements aren't high. You don't look like someone who's so easily satisfied." The thin man curled his lips, his voice becoming even lower. "How about it? Are you interested in joining forces with me?" "Join forces for what?" The thin man's expression was one of utter disdain. "There doesn't seem to be any danger here, so we might as well leave this team and search for it ourselves. If we find something good, we can keep it for ourselves, why follow behind them?" "Oh. Good idea." Yang Kai's eyes lit up, a look of interest appearing on his face. "You also think this is a good idea?" The thin man saw Yang Kai was tempted and quickly struck while the iron was hot. "Let's act together, and if we really find something good, we'll split it evenly. No one will cheat the other. I've always been a fair person. Although the idea is good, I'll follow them, the more the safer." Yang Kai seemed hesitant and slowly shook his head. The thin man anxiously tried to dissuade him. Yang Kai stubbornly refused to budge, so the thin man couldn't help but scorn, "You stupid bird, if you follow them, sooner or later you'll suffer a great loss." Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to him. This guy obviously wasn't a good person, so he was trying so hard to pull Yang Kai into his group. Obviously, he wanted to find someone to bolster his courage, so if they really encountered any danger, it would be easier for the two of them to deal with it together. Once they found the treasure, with his peak immortal ascension boundary strength, wouldn't it be easy to deal with Yang Kai? At least that's what he thought. "Do you really think I'm stupid?" Yang Kai coldly snorted in his heart. "Those few houses in front of us, send a few people to check them out." Hai Wanggu suddenly stopped and pointed to a few houses in front of them. Everyone nodded, and the team quickly dispatched a group of 3 to 5 people, heading towards the houses. Yang Kai also followed behind them, heading to the right. A total of 5 people had entered together, and outside the house, the 3 cultivators were rummaging through the cabinets. Yang Kai glanced around and felt that there wasn't much to gain here, so he lowered his head and walked inside. But before he could enter, a figure suddenly flashed beside him. The thin man who had been talking to Yang Kai before had actually rushed in ahead of him. Yang Kai secretly shook his head but didn't care, following his footsteps into the house. Most of the things inside had already decayed into dust, but in a corner of the house, there were a few jade bottles scattered on the ground. At this moment, the thin man helplessly grabbed one of the jade bottles and casually opened it to take a look. Everyone had discovered many of these jade bottles before, all of which were used to hold pills, but the pills inside had long since lost their medicinal efficacies and were now nothing more than trash. But now, after the thin man took a look, his expression suddenly changed, a trace of fanaticism flashing across his eyes. Something good. Yang Kai's expression changed. The thin man seemed to recall that there was still Yang Kai next to him and quickly nodded, "Take a look." Saying so, he handed over the jade bottle. Yang Kai took it and lowered his head to look at it, but after seeing the somewhat different pill inside the jade bottle, he couldn't help feeling shocked. That medicinal pill was very different from ordinary medicinal pills. The round body of the medicinal pill seemed to be covered by a dense cloud, and this cloud was purely composed of spiritual energy. It was like a layer of transparent protective film that enveloped the entire medicinal pill. Although Yang Kai didn't know how many years had passed, the medicinal efficacies of this pill not only had not dissipated, but had instead become even richer. The fragrance wafting from it was enough to make one feel enlightened. With just a sniff, Yang Kai determined that this was a saint-grade pill. The grade of the pill was secondary, but what shocked him was the cloud-like world energy surrounding the pill. "Pill cloud!" Yang Kai exclaimed in a low voice. Now Yang Kai was also an outstanding alchemist, and when refining pills, he would often see lines similar to the human body's meridians appear. These were the meridians of a pill, known as pill veins. Once a pill formed pill veins, its value would increase several times over, and no matter how long it was stored, as long as the conditions were right, its medicinal efficacies would never dissipate. Every outstanding alchemist pursued the birth of pill veins and tried every means possible to make the pills they refined appear with pill veins, but unfortunately, there was no effective method to ensure that every pill would have pill veins. This had a lot to do with luck. Above pill veins was the legendary pill cloud. When Yang Kai was refining pills, pill veins would often appear, but pill clouds had never appeared. Now, for the first time, he finally saw what a pill cloud was. According to legend, when a pill cloud appeared, not only would it increase a pill's medicinal efficacies several times over, but it would also constantly gather world energy for the pill, nourishing it. It could be said that the longer a pill with pill clouds was stored, the greater its medicinal efficacies and value would be. Chapter 748. Yang Kai did not know how many years this saint pill in the jade bottle had been stored here. Throughout the countless years of the flowing time Great Emperor, the pill cloud had been gathering world energy for this pill, nourishing it. Such a saint pill was no longer a simple pill, its value was immeasurable. Especially for an alchemist like Yang Kai, it had great research value. If he could figure out the mystery behind the formation of pill clouds, Yang Kai would be able to refine pills with pill clouds in the future. All kinds of thoughts quickly intertwined in Yang Kai's mind, his expression fluctuating. Inside the jade bottle, the pill cloud exuded a subtle attractive force, drawing in the surrounding world energy. Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and glared coldly at the thin man. The other party was also grinning at Yang Kai, but the moment he turned his head, a green light suddenly burst out from the thin man's hand and in an instant, the entire room was wrapped in a poisonous mist. "Heh heh, you stupid bird, don't blame father for being ruthless." The thin man saw Yang Kai motionless as he was surrounded by his poisonous mist and chuckled in a low voice. Saying so, the thin man formed a blade with his fingers and sent out a surge of yuan qi, stabbing straight towards Yang Kai's chest. At this moment, the thin man erupted with all his strength, vowing to kill Yang Kai in one fell swoop. A saint pill with pill clouds, and one that had been stored here for at least 1,000 years. Not only did Yang Kai want such a treasure for himself, but the thin man also had the same idea. As long as he could obtain this saint pill, this trip to the sea would be a great harvest. Even if he could not obtain anything in the following journey, it did not matter. Inside the green poisonous mist, the thin man's face was filled with fanaticism and ferocity. King Chang, Yang Kai's figure did not move, but a spark burst out from his chest, not even breaking his skin as he stared coldly at the thin man. The smile on the thin man's face quickly disappeared, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. Soon, his face distorted. He had used all of his strength in that attack, but not only did he fail to kill Yang Kai, his finger was also fractured. The moment he poked Yang Kai's body, he felt as if he was poking steel. His opponent's body was unbelievably hard. Idiot! Yang Kai calmly patted his chest and smoothed out the creases on his clothes. If you don't do it, I have no reason to kill you. You're courting death, my friend. How did you, even a transcendent can't resist my bone-eroding poison smoke, how did you manage to escape unscathed? The thin man's eyes trembled violently as panic filled his heart. Nothing is impossible. Yang Kai smiled contemptuously. Seeing the thin man make a gesture of fleeing, his figure flickered and blocked his path, sending a palm strike towards the thin man's throat. The thin man's eyes bulged out as he covered his neck with both hands. His throat made some noises, but he couldn't say a single word. After staggering a few steps, he fell to the ground and died. A peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator, Yang Kai could easily deal with him now. Without waiting for the thin man to die, Yang Kai grabbed the remaining jade bottles and hurriedly opened them, confirming that there were no pills with pill clouds inside before quickly rushing outside. What happened? What happened inside? The three cultivators outside just happened to rush in and ran into Yang Kai, so they hurriedly asked. Although the confrontation between Yang Kai and the thin man had been concealed, Yuan Qi's sudden burst of power had alerted them, so naturally they had come to investigate. Run, the barrier inside has been triggered. Yang Kai's face paled as he shouted. The three cultivators glanced behind Yang Kai and upon seeing the green poisonous fog, their expressions became solemn and they didn't dare to rush in, hurriedly following Yang Kai. What happened inside? Hai Wanggu saw the four of them in a hurry and couldn't help asking. There was a barrier in that room. When my friend and I were investigating, he accidentally touched it, Yang Kai quickly explained, his face turning green as he spoke. Where is he? Hai Wanggu's expression changed. He's dead. Dead? The group of people suddenly became horrified. After arriving here, everyone had been walking for more than half a day without encountering any danger. Originally, they thought that this ancient ruin was extremely safe, but now that one of them had inexplicably died, it made them feel slightly uneasy. How come you're fine? Hai Wanggu's pair of bright eyes stared closely at Yang Kai as he asked in a deep voice. I was a little far away, but it seems that I was also poisoned. Yang Kai coughed lightly, the green color on his face changing even more rapidly. As soon as they heard him say this, everyone quickly moved away from him, afraid that they would be implicated. Yang Kai secretly observed the situation and his heart suddenly calmed down. Just now, before the thin man had attacked, he had first released a cloud of poisonous fog, so it was likely that he had been prepared to give the same explanation as what Yang Kai had just said. Yang Kai was just borrowing his means to explain the cause of his death. The room was still filled with poisonous fog, so it was likely that no one would investigate it carefully. Moreover, Yang Kai had deliberately inhaled a little of the poisonous fog, making his explanation even more convincing. There must be a barrier inside. Hai Wanggu muttered in a low voice before suddenly turning to look at Yang Kai, did you obtain anything? Only these few jade bottles. I quickly brought them out before leaving, Yang Kai said as he handed the jade bottles to Hai Wanggu. Everyone had a disappointed look on their faces. They had found too many jade bottles, but they had never found any useful pills inside. Hai Wanggu's expression was also not very good, looking at Yang Kai with some distrust. They had not encountered any barriers along the way, but now that they had encountered one, it was very likely that there was some kind of treasure inside this room. Otherwise, why would the original owner have placed such a barrier? You didn't hide anything. Hai Wanggu narrowed his eyes at Yang Kai and asked in a deep voice. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I don't have a universe bag, so even if I did, where would I hide anything? Hai Wanggu swept him with his divine sense, and after confirming that he was telling the truth, he nodded lightly. Although a universe bag was a very convenient storage artifact, not everyone on Tongxian realm could possess one. When he was in Bold Independent Union, of all the people Yang Kai had met, only a few captains from Bold Independent Union were qualified to be equipped with universe bags. This time, most of the cultivators who had followed the Seven Family Alliance into the sea didn't have such a storage artifact. Does Senior not trust me? Yang Kai looked at Hai Wanggu coldly. Hai Wanggu explained lightly, it's just a routine question, little brother doesn't need to mind. Saying so, he no longer paid any attention to Yang Kai and instead opened the jade bottles with some helplessness. Originally, he didn't expect to find anything in these jade bottles, but when he opened them, Hai Wanggu couldn't help showing a shocked expression, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing, carefully inspecting one of the jade bottles. At the same time, everyone smelled a pleasant medicinal fragrance. Hai Wanggu was surprised as he poured out all the pills in the jade bottle. There were about a dozen of them, most of which were already wasted, but there were still 2 pills that stood out from the rest. These 2 pills had pill veins on them and were filled with rich world energy. It was because of these pill veins that they had not lost their medicinal efficacies and were still in good condition. Spirit pills! Hai Wanggu exclaimed. The group of people was also extremely excited as they stared towards the pills in Hai Wanggu's hand, their eyes flashing with ecstasy. These 2 pills were not only spirit-grade pills, but also spirit pills that had formed pill veins, making them several times more valuable than ordinary spirit-grade pills. Yang Kai stood to the side, coldly observing the expressions of the crowd, his expression indifferent. He had also checked these jade bottles just now and knew what was inside, but he didn't take them away. To him, these spirit pills with pill veins weren't of much value, he could refine them himself, but the saint pill with pill clouds was something he needed to obtain. Throwing out these jade bottles successfully attracted everyone's attention, making them no longer pay attention to him. Hai Wanggu's pair of old hands trembled as he quickly opened the other jade bottles. Sure enough, he lived up to everyone's expectations and found a few more pills with pill veins. There were spirit-grade pills and mysterious-grade pills, all of them perfectly preserved. Sure enough, there are good things in that house. Hai Wanggu kept nodding as he laughed heartily. Their Seven Family Alliance was just a small family. They couldn't afford to hire powerful alchemists, so naturally they couldn't obtain spirit-grade pills with pill veins. Now that he had obtained a few, he couldn't be happier than ever. If you find more jade bottles later, don't turn a blind eye to them, there may be some pills inside. Hai Wanggu said as he put away his harvest. Everyone quickly nodded, none of them had considered this aspect before, only now did they remember the legendary pill veins. Little brother has done a meritorious deed. There was also a foreign cultivator who patted Yang Kai's shoulder affectionately, praising him. No one mentioned the thin man who had died. All of them had just met by chance, so even if he died, no one would cry for him. Yang Kai kept coughing, his expression pained as he said sadly, It's a pity that the friend who went in with me didn't come out. Hai Wanggu looked at him, and although he didn't agree in his heart, he still said, "Little brother can rest assured, after we return, we will give him a share. If we can find out where his friends and relatives are, this Hai will definitely send them his share. Let's not talk about this for now. Take this detoxification pill. This is a pill refined by my Hai family's chief alchemist. It should be of some help to your injuries." With this harvest, Hai Wanggu not only no longer doubted Yang Kai, he even began to care about him, handing a pill to Yang Kai as he spoke. "Many thanks." Yang Kai took the pill and examined it a little to determine that it was indeed a detoxification pill, and that it had not been tampered with before directly popping it into his mouth. Sitting down cross-legged, he pretended to circulate his secret art and said, "You go first, I'll catch up later." Chapter 749. Although with Yang Kai's current strength, he didn't put these people who had come to the ancient ruins this time in his eyes. With his soul devouring insects, anyone below the Saint Realm was no match for him. However, because he wanted to use the strength of this group of people to explore the situation inside the ancient ruins, Yang Kai had concealed himself and followed behind them. Now that he had a good grasp of the situation, Yang Kai planned to leave this group and act on his own. He was very curious about the source of the Yang attribute energy and wanted to find out what it was. And right now, there was an opportunity. Yang Kai felt that with Hai Wanggu's temperament, he shouldn't care about his own life or death. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Hai Wanggu slowly shook his head. "That won't do. How can I leave you here alone?" It seemed that because of Yang Kai's performance just now, Hai Wanggu had become somewhat concerned about him, his face filled with concern as he turned to one of the Hai family cultivators and ordered, "Fourth brother, stay here and take care of him. When his injuries are stable, catch up." The cultivator who was ordered quickly nodded and stood beside Yang Kai, assuming a defensive posture. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry, only able to say, "Many thanks for senior's kindness." Hai Wanggu gently nodded, "Good, heal yourself as soon as possible, then catch up with fourth brother, we'll rest up ahead and wait for you." Saying so, he led the others forward. Yang Kai was helpless and could only pretend to circulate his secret art. The cultivator called fourth brother also remained silent, standing not far from Yang Kai like a wooden stake. After half an hour or so, Yang Kai stood up again. "How is it?" Fourth brother quickly asked. "It shouldn't be a problem." "Then let's catch up," fourth brother quickly said, his face filled with urgency. Following the tracks left behind by Hai Wanggu along the way, after a stick of incense worth of time, the two of them caught up with the rest of the group. However, when Yang Kai saw the situation of the group, his expression couldn't help becoming solemn. Originally, there were about 20 people in the group, but now there were 6 or 7 missing. Furthermore, the remaining people had a look of lingering fear on their faces. While he pretended to be recuperating from his injuries, it was obvious that they had encountered some sort of danger. As for the 6 or 7 people who had disappeared, it was easy to guess what had happened to them. This ancient ruin was indeed not a safe place. Seeing Yang Kai and the cultivator called fourth brother return to the team, Hai Wanggu just gently nodded, his expression ugly. He didn't say much. "What happened just now?" That fourth brother walked to the side of a cultivator from the Hai family and asked softly. There was still a look of fear on his face as he explained softly, "There seem to be many inexplicable restrictions here. I accidentally triggered one of them and several people died." The fourth brother's expression suddenly changed, and he didn't dare to ask any more questions. While they were talking, suddenly, a sharp howl came from afar. Hai Wanggu, who had been sitting in place, quickly opened his eyes and stared suspiciously in that direction, muttering softly, "Qing family." Saying so, He hurriedly stood up and waved his hand. "Everyone, please come with me, there seems to be some movement over there." About 5 kilometers away from where Hai Wang-gu and the others were resting, a large group of people had gathered, all of whom had heard the howl coming from this direction. Many cultivators had rushed over. These cultivators were led by the masters from the Seven Family Alliance. Wave after wave of cultivators arrived here. After arriving here, everyone stared at the scene in front of them. Everyone was shocked and inexplicably excited. In front of them, there was a huge transparent ball of light that was exuding shocking energy fluctuations. It was unknown what material this transparent ball of light was made of, but inferring from the energy fluctuations it was emitting, it was definitely a high-grade artifact. And it was completely intact. However, at this moment, in front of everyone, there was an invisible barrier that blocked everyone's path, making any cultivator who wanted to approach the ball of light unable to do so. One cultivator after another tried to approach it, but all of them were pushed back by a gentle force, none of them able to get within 500 meters of the light ball. When Hai Wang-gu led Yang Kai and the others to this place, the scene was lively, with at least a few dozen people gathered. Looking at the light ball, Yang Kai's brow rose as he secretly paid attention to it. A familiar aura came from the crowd, and when he followed this aura, Yang Kai couldn't help rolling his eyes. Over there, the Saintess of Nine Heavens' Holy Land was smiling towards him with a strange expression on her face. Yang Kai turned his eyes away and pretended not to notice. This woman seemed to have some skill, not even a speck of dust on her body. Moreover, her beautiful eyes were brimming with excitement. She looked particularly happy. It seemed that this underwater adventure had allowed her to enjoy excitement and pleasure that she had never thought she would experience before. Silly girl. Yang Kai couldn't help cursing. Brother Cheng, what's the matter? Hai Wang-gu stepped forward and asked a second-order transcendent old man. The roar just now was from this old man. The Seven Family Alliance had been established on this nearby island for a long time and had a special method of communication with each other, so when he heard the other party's roar, Hai Wang-gu knew he was calling for help. Many people had the same question as Hai Wang-gu, so one by one, the transcendents gathered around Old Man Cheng and asked him questions. "Let's wait for everyone to gather first, then I'll explain," Old Man Cheng said. No one asked any more questions and simply waited quietly. As time passed, more and more teams joined in. Obviously, they were all people who were searching for treasures in the vicinity. More and more people gathered, soon more than 100 people had gathered. After waiting for a while and seeing that no one else was coming, Old Man Cheng said, "That's it, probably no one else is coming. Brother Cheng, can you explain why you called us here?" "Of course it's for that artifact." Old Man Cheng smiled faintly and pointed to the light sphere not far away. "The power of this artifact is unfathomable. I don't know what kind of effect it has, but when we tried to find it, we were blocked by an invisible barrier. I believe all of you saw this clearly just now. With the strength of my Cheng family's team alone, we can't break through this barrier, so I want to ask all of you to work together to break through this barrier." Hai Wang-gu's brow wrinkled for a moment before chuckling. "Brother Cheng, there is no problem in working together, but there is only one artifact. If we break through this barrier, who will obtain this artifact in the end? Everything can be discussed." Old Man Cheng didn't answer directly, instead pointing to the back of the light sphere and saying, "Behind that artifact is a palace. If I'm not mistaken, that should be a very important place for this ancient sect, otherwise, they wouldn't have used such an artifact to protect it. As long as we can break through this barrier and enter, what need do we have to worry about not finding anything good inside? Maybe there are even better secret treasures in there. In the end, this is just your guess." Hai Wang-gu frowned. "But it is worth a try." Someone agreed with Old Man Cheng. Many masters quickly discussed this matter and after a short while, reached a consensus. Although Hai Wanggu had raised some doubts before, it was undeniable that this artifact was extremely attractive to him. After reaching a consensus, everyone quickly set about making arrangements. Each of these transcendent realm masters led a team of varying numbers, ranging from 10 to 20 people. Hai Wanggu returned to Yang Kai and the others and explained the decision he had just made. Everyone, we need to contribute our strength to see if we can break through this barrier. If we can, not only can we obtain this mysterious artifact, but we can also enter the palace behind it and search for it. There are many benefits to be had, so I ask all of you to do your best. Old Hai can rest assured, we will do our best to live up to your trust. Someone immediately shouted excitedly. Hai Wanggu nodded with satisfaction. A moment later, all the arrangements had been made. More than 100 people all stood not far from the invisible barrier, each of them holding their breaths as they secretly prepared. The old man surnamed Qing stepped forward and said in a clear voice, "Everyone, please listen to my orders. This barrier's defense is a bit strange. It seems that we must use our greatest strength to break it in an instant. Otherwise, no matter how much we attack, it will remain unscathed." Everyone nodded. Old man Qing swept his eyes around and slowly raised his hand, his expression dignified. Everyone present also condensed their yuan qi, ready to act at a moment's notice. Suddenly, old man Chang's large hand swung down fiercely. The moment he waved his hand, the power of his colorful martial skills and artifacts burst out and struck forward. Hong long long, the entire ruin seemed to shake. Of the cultivator present, although there weren't many transcendents, less than 10, the rest were all cultivators at the immortal ascension boundary 7th stage or above. Even so, the number of cultivators present was not small, so the combined power of their attacks was earth-shattering, shocking everyone present. Countless energy beams bombarded the invisible barrier, causing ripples visible to the naked eye to spread out in the air. It was as though hundreds of pebbles had been thrown into a calm lake, causing halos to ripple out. The invisible barrier seemed to be extremely resilient, and after being hit by these attacks, it caved in a lot but remained undamaged. After everything had calmed down, everyone's expression became ugly. The attack just now had failed to break the barrier in front of them. Old man Cheng clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention, and shouted, "Let's do it one more time. Please don't hold back. The sooner we break this barrier, the better it will be for everyone." Everyone doesn't want to waste time here, right? He could also see that although the attacks just now were quite powerful, most people had not used their full strength, undoubtedly underestimating the defensive strength of this barrier. Hearing him say this, the cultivator who had held back just now no longer dared to take any chances and simply waited for the next attack. After another round of preparation, Old Man Qing raised his hand again, his pair of eyes sweeping the crowd majestically. Everyone who was targeted by him immediately condensed their yuan qi. Chapter 750. After observing for a while, Old Man Qing gave everyone sufficient time to prepare before waving his hand once more. If this invisible barrier was in perfect condition, with the cultivation level of this group of people, even if they worked hard for a few decades, they probably wouldn't be able to break it. However, the primordial ruins had existed for too long, and all the restrictions had weakened greatly. The same was true for the barrier in front of him. When the second wave of attacks bombarded the barrier, it caved in even more, but this time, it seemed to have reached its limit. Gotcha! Many small cracks appeared in the air, and very soon, those cracks spread out in all directions, and even more cracks appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone cried out in surprise and paid close attention. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. With a crisp sound, like a mirror being shattered, the invisible barrier suddenly broke open. The moment the barrier was shattered, all the cultivator present seemed to have been prepared. Without waiting for the orders of the Transcendent Realm Masters, all of them displayed their movement skills and rushed forward. The Transcendents leading the Seven Family Alliance were also the same. Every one of the masters from the Seven Family Alliance stared greedily towards this light sphere, reaching out their hands to grab it before they could even reach it. Among the people who had just worked together, a torrent of open strife and covert struggle suddenly broke out. Yuan Qi was unrestrained, pushing and shoving each other, afraid of falling behind others. Yang Kai didn't move, just coldly observing the changes in the situation. The Saintess of Nine Heavens' Holy Land also didn't move. In addition, many of the more suspicious cultivator also stood in place. They were aware that they weren't strong enough and that even if they rushed over, they wouldn't be able to seize the mysterious artifact and instinctively felt that there was danger ahead. Naturally, he did not dare to act rashly. They could only wait for the others to rush over and check out the situation first. Sure enough, before those people could get close to the glowing ball, a pure white halo suddenly spread out with the ball as the center. That halo carried a mysterious energy fluctuation that was as fast as lightning. The cultivator who had been rushing forward saw this scene and all of their expressions changed. Their expressions changed greatly. Even though they were prepared, they were still caught off guard by this halo. No one was able to react. The moment they saw the halo, they were wrapped in it. In an instant, these people's movements became stiff and they tumbled to the ground. None of them had the strength to resist. Yang Kai's face went pale, and without even thinking about it, he quickly retreated. The moment the halo swept over the cultivator in front of him, Yang. But even with Yang Kai's current speed, he was unable to escape the pursuit of the halo. He had only just retreated a short distance before the halo enveloped him. Yang's soul. Yang Kai's knowledge sea tumbled. Yang Kai only felt the earth in front of him shake, and he had the illusion that his soul was about to be stripped away. He didn't dare to neglect. Quickly stabilizing his figure, Yang Kai held his breath and stabilized his soul. Quickly, Yang Kai glanced around and found that the cultivator who had been vigilant and hadn't rushed forward to grab the artifact had all fallen to the ground like Hai Wanggu and the others. Even the Saintess of Nine Heavens' Holy Land was the same. However, she seemed to have held on for a while. Before she fell, she faintly glanced at Yang Kai, her red lips squirming a few times, but no one knew what she wanted to say. Yang Kai guessed that she was asking him for help. How could he have the leisure to pay attention to her? Yang Kai couldn't even protect himself right now. After being covered by that inexplicable halo, Yang Kai felt as if his soul was being grabbed by an invisible hand and was about to be pulled out of his knowledge sea. Shocked, Yang Kai didn't know what kind of mystery was hidden in this situation, so he quickly immersed himself in his knowledge sea. Opening his demon eye of annihilation, Yang Kai was unable to avoid this fate. After persisting for less than 10 breaths of time, Yang Kai's vision blurred as his soul left his knowledge sea and entered a white world. One figure after another appeared in front of him, each of them wearing a look of panic as they glanced around in shock, unable to understand what was going on. These people were all soul avatars and were the cultivators who had gathered together before. In fact, there were more than 100 of them here. Hey! A shout came from the side, causing Yang Kai to turn his head vigilantly only to find that the Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess was hiding in a secluded corner and waving towards him. Yang Kai frowned, but under her continuous urging, he walked over to her. She was also a soul avatar now, so without the ability to change her appearance, she was able to reveal her original appearance. Do you know where this is? The Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess looked around and asked quietly. How would I know? Yang Kai frowned, although he had some guesses in his heart, he wasn't certain. I can see that you've been resisting for longer than anyone else here. Your true strength isn't just at the immortal ascension boundary 7th stage, right? The saintess frowned as she looked Yang Kai up and down, suddenly a trace of surprise flashing across her beautiful eyes. Hey, why is your soul avatar closer to Yang Kai? She felt a burning aura emanating from Yang Kai. Yang Kai stared at her coldly. The saintess smiled lightly. Rest assured, I won't speak nonsense. Do you cultivate some kind of special soul skill? Yes. Yang Kai nodded lightly, not explaining any further. Normally, he could hide the fact that he possessed a conflagrated knowledge C. Even when using his conflagrated knowledge C to fight, as long as he didn't display his conflagrated knowledge C's power, he could deceive others, but when his soul avatar left his knowledge C, it would inevitably show signs of burning. Saying so, Yang Kai squinted towards the saintess in front of him, his heart filled with surprise. This saintess had a mysterious power on her body that prevented Yang Kai from prying, so Yang Kai didn't know what her cultivation was before. But at this moment, with only his soul avatar here, Yang Kai was able to see through the saintess' cultivation at a glance. First Order Transcendent. She wasn't much older than him, but she also possessed such strength. This 9 Heavens Holy Land was really amazing. I think it's best if we take care of each other, what do you say? The saintess suddenly suggested. Originally, she thought that with so many people going into the sea together, there shouldn't be a problem. However, on the way to the ancient ruins, some unexpected situations occurred one after another. Only then did she realize that there were dangers in the ancient ruins that she couldn't resist. Now that her soul avatar had been forcibly dragged here, the saintess naturally wanted to find a helper to take care of each other. I don't take burdens with me. Yang Kai looked at her and slowly shook his head. The saintess curled her lips and said, You're too arrogant. You haven't seen my methods yet, so how do you know I'm a burden to you? Perhaps you're actually a burden to me. When the time comes, if there's any real danger, it's hard to say who will take care of who. Then why don't you let me see your methods? Yang Kai smiled lightly, his expression indifferent. Once I see them, I'll consider whether or not to cooperate with you. The saintess' pretty face became cold as she snorted, no longer willing to talk to Yang Kai. From childhood to now, although she had very little contact with men of her generation, she had never thought that there would actually be such a bad-tempered and arrogant person like Yang Kai in this world. It was as if he was the most powerful person in the world and no one else was worth mentioning. This guy is really annoying. While the two of them were talking, the 7 Family Alliance and the cultivator they had gathered were also whispering to each other, discussing the current situation. Look up there. Suddenly, a cry of alarm sounded. Hearing this, everyone raised their heads and looked up. What they saw was a few large golden characters floating in the white void, extremely dazzling. Soul Battle Hall. For large characters, each stroke bold and powerful, exuding an indescribable charm. What's more, these words were not written in an ordinary way, but instead were engraved with spiritual energy. Even after experiencing the flowing time Great Emperor for countless years, the thick majesty exuded from these 4 large characters had not been erased, causing everyone present to tremble in fear. After a single glance, they quickly averted their eyes, as if they continued to stare at it, their soul avatars would be destroyed. Soul Battle Hall. Could it be understood as a place for divine sense battles? So, is that ball of light a soul-type artifact? Our soul avatars were forcibly dragged here so that we could fight. Everyone began to discuss amongst themselves, and soon, they were able to sort out some of their thoughts, all of which were similar to Yang Kai's conjecture. Hai Wanggu waved his hand, motioning everyone to calm down, loudly declaring, if this is really the interior of an artifact, and our soul avatars were forcibly dragged here, then if we want to leave, we must first find an exit. Everyone, don't stay idle, look around and see if there are any hidden mysteries in this place. Hearing him say this, everyone quickly split up and began searching. This white and empty space seemed to be huge and vast, but when everyone began searching, they quickly discovered that this space was extremely strange. No matter how they moved, they could not escape from a radius of a few kilometers. After searching for a long time, no one was able to find anything suspicious, causing everyone to feel somewhat discouraged. The 7 family alliances transcendents were also searching, constantly releasing their divine senses, but no matter how hard they tried, this white space was like a forbidden room with no blind spots, imprisoning everyone here and blocking their way out. Did you find it? The 9 Heavens Holy Land Saintess suddenly came to Yang Kai's side and asked as if nothing had happened, seemingly having forgotten all the unpleasantness she had with Yang Kai before. Chapter 751. In this vast white world, everyone was like a headless fly, so the 9 Heavens Holy Land Saintess once again came to Yang Kai and asked. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, glancing over at her for a moment before suddenly chuckling. What are you laughing at? The Saintess frowned. I just found that you really are a bit hateful. Then why did you come here to talk to me? I don't know the people here, and if they recognize me as the Saintess. Since arriving here, she had been hiding, not daring to appear in front of others. After all, the masters of the 7 family alliance who had received her on the island would definitely remember her appearance. The Saintess had always been a symbol of nobility and purity. If today's matter were to spread out, not only would her reputation be damaged, but the dignity of 9 Heavens Holy Land would also be damaged. As such, she was very afraid that someone would recognize her, so even if she didn't like Yang Kai, she could only seek him out to discuss this matter. We probably won't be able to leave. Yang Kai continued to shake his head and sighed slightly. Really? The Saintess' beautiful face paled. Are we going to be trapped here for the rest of our lives? It's very likely. Yang Kai nodded. Don't scare me, I haven't even found the Holy Master yet. The Saintess really began to panic. After these few contacts, Yang Kai could see that this silly girl's mind was relatively simple and didn't understand the sinister nature of people's hearts. This was probably related to her status. Unlike Yang Kai, who had wandered the world from a very young age and was accustomed to great winds and waves, no matter what he encountered, he was able to remain indifferent. I heard that your 9 Heavens Holy Land's Holy Masters are all found by the Saintess. Do you have any special method to determine whether or not a person is the Holy Master? Yang Kai suddenly became curious and asked. Why do you ask? I naturally have my own methods. The Saintess couldn't help becoming a little vigilant. This is something only the Saintess of our 9 Heavens Holy Land can do. Even if you ask, I won't tell you. I'm just curious. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. If you don't want to say, then forget it. The Saintess remained silent, as if she was afraid that Yang Kai would continue to inquire about the secrets of the Holy Land, so she quietly moved away from him. As time passed, more than 100 cultivators continued their search, but to no avail. Gradually, he became anxious, panicked, and uneasy. All kinds of emotions began to spread in this vast white space. As the cultivators searched, they also cursed under their breaths. The masters from the 7 family alliance also wore ugly expressions. They also realized the seriousness of the problem. The ball of light had forcefully pulled everyone's souls into this inexplicable space. If they couldn't find a way out, then they could only wait for death here. Everyone present. All of them were at least at the immortal ascension boundary 7th stage. Their souls had left their bodies while their physical bodies were still outside. Although nothing would happen to them in the short term, once too much time passed, their physical bodies would inevitably die. When their physical bodies died, their divine souls would also become rootless trees. Like water without a source, if it couldn't find a suitable body to enter, it would quickly disappear. The fear of death spread, and the atmosphere in the crowd gradually became subtle. Young Kai looked on coldly. Secretly feeling that something bad was about to happen, he quietly drifted around the crowd, secretly vigilant. The Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess also acted strangely, seemingly determined to follow Yang Kai. Wherever he went, she followed him, maintaining a distance that was neither too far nor too close. Kai Yang didn't pay any attention to her, letting her follow behind him. After an unknown amount of time, everyone gave up searching for a way out because there was simply no way out. Everyone stayed in place to rest, their faces extremely gloomy. Suddenly, the sound of quarreling came from a certain direction. It seemed that because two cultivators were quarreling, neither of them willing to back down, the more they quarreled, the fiercer they became, as if they were about to fight. This quarrel was like a fuse, igniting the irritation of many people. "Old man, if it weren't for your insistence on breaking that invisible barrier, we wouldn't have fallen into this situation today. Now that we're all trapped here, what do you think we should do?" Someone suddenly shouted at Old Man Ching. Following his shouts, more and more cultivators began to join in the condemnation, as if everyone felt that the reason for this disaster was all because of Old Man Ching. Even many people from the Seven Family Alliance were glaring at him with disgruntled expressions. Old Man Chang's expression became gloomy as he sneered meaningfully, "Everyone, what you're saying isn't right. Although I was the one who gathered everyone here, before we broke that barrier, no one objected or tried to stop me. Didn't you all want to enter the palace behind the barrier to search for treasures? Now that things have come to this point, why are you all trying to pin the blame on this Old Man Ching? Isn't this a bit unreasonable? No matter what, it was you who led everyone to this point. If you can't find a way out, you can only wait for death." "That's right, your Ching family must be responsible for finding a way out, otherwise you'll suffer. The Seven Family Alliance is responsible for this. We're all going to die here, so before we die, we won't let you off so easily." Everyone seemed to be filled with righteous indignation, as if they were facing a common enemy, all of them shouting out at the same time, as if they were ready to go all out if the Seven Family Alliance didn't take responsibility. Seeing that he was the source of all this trouble, Hai Wanggu's expression also became gloomy. "Before coming here, did this old master say that where there are benefits, there will be risks, and that life and death will be left to fate? You knew that this trip would be risky, yet you were still tempted by the benefits. My Seven Family Alliance has no obligation to protect your safety, so whether you live or die, what does that have to do with me?" With these words, everyone's mood was not very good, so Hai Wanggu's words immediately made the atmosphere even more tense. Old Man Ching grinned as he glared at the cultivator who had just spoken to him and coldly said, "You want me to die? You don't have the ability." As he spoke, a sharp spiritual energy burst out from his soul avatar and like a snake with fangs, it slammed into the cultivator's body. With a pitiful scream, the cultivator didn't even have the chance to fight back as his soul avatar was directly shattered. His cultivation was only at the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage, so under the attack of a first-order transcendent like Old Man Ching, how could he possibly survive? Silence filled the air as everyone suddenly fell silent, their eyes trembling as they stared towards the spot where the cultivator had disappeared. None of them had expected that this Old Man Ching would actually kill a cultivator without any warning. But soon, the expressions of the several people around the dead cultivator became strange, a look of comfort appearing on their faces, as if they had been greatly nourished, even their soul avatars becoming slightly thicker. Hai Wanggu raised his brow as he stared in amazement. At the same time, all the transcendents present discovered something that surprised them. The dead cultivator's soul avatar actually turned into a burst of spiritual energy that was absorbed by the several cultivators around him. It was because they had absorbed the spiritual energy of the dead cultivator that their soul avatars had visibly grown stronger. Yang Kai also saw this scene and couldn't help smiling inexplicably, muttering under his breath, "This is going to be fun." "What's wrong?" the Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess asked nervously. She had been following behind Yang Kai a moment ago and hadn't seen much, so hearing Yang Kai suddenly say this made her feel a little confused. "Many of the people here will probably die." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. As the two of them spoke, the expressions of the seven family alliances' transcendence fluctuated, all of them glancing around at each other, all of them clearly interested. If an average person wanted to cultivate their soul, it was much more difficult than cultivating their physical body. If one didn't have a good soul secret art, they could only take pills to nourish their soul, and even then, they would have to take these pills over a long period of time to see the effects. However, in this strange space, there seemed to be some kind of inexplicable principle that allowed any soul avatar that died to be absorbed and swallowed by others. This was a huge temptation to anyone. However, this situation was also accompanied by risks. When someone's soul avatar collapsed and died, the remnant energy contained all the memories and experiences of that person's life. If one absorbed too much of this energy, it was likely that their mind would be affected, causing them to lose all sense of who they were. At that time, their mind would become chaotic and they would either go insane or lose their mind. When Yang Kai absorbed the soul avatars of others, he first used his demon eye of annihilation to purify the impurities, leaving behind only the pure energy. If not for this, he would have long since become someone else. Although the benefits obtained in this way were very small, they could avoid future troubles. On top of that, his enemies' insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao would be completely preserved. This was what Yang Kai needed the most. However, the people present obviously didn't think so much. There had never been a secret art that allowed a cultivator to directly absorb the soul avatars of others to strengthen themselves. Even if there was such a thing, it was extremely rare and precious. After seeing the few people around the dead cultivator reap the benefits, the masters from the Seven Family Alliance were inevitably tempted. Looking at each other, they all grinned. A series of transcendent spiritual energy burst out without warning. In this place, they didn't have physical bodies or artifacts to use, so the only thing they could use was their own soul skills. Various soul skills struck the crowd, and before the foreign cultivator could react, more than a dozen of them died, their soul avatars scattered. The masters from the Seven Family Alliance rushed out and arrived at the position of the dead cultivator, frantically devouring the remnant soul avatars they had left behind. Whether it was Old Man Qing or Hai Wanggu, both of their old faces were filled with excitement and excitement. At this moment, they felt as if they had become stronger. Devouring a single person's soul avatar was equivalent to 1 or 2 of their years of cultivation. They didn't take the lives of these foreign cultivators seriously and were more than happy to see them all die. That way, they wouldn't have to share the treasures they obtained from the ancient ruins with outsiders. Now that such a temptation had appeared, they naturally wouldn't hesitate to kill without mercy. Chapter 752. In this vast white world, the temptation and ready-made conditions in front of them drew out the dark side of the Seven Family Alliance's masters, and without a word, they began a slaughter, killing more than a dozen people in an instant. After feeling the benefits they had obtained, the expressions of these people became even more restless. The foreign cultivator was silent for a moment before finally reacting, one of them roaring, "I knew you were up to no good. Brothers, let's fight them." In an instant, more than 100 soul avatars were divided into 2 camps, the Seven Family Alliance on one side and the foreign cultivator on the other. A desperate struggle broke out inside the soul battle hall. Without artifacts, martial skills, or physical strength, the only thing everyone could rely on was the strength of their souls and the soul skills they cultivated. The two camps of cultivator collided with each other, constantly scattering soul avatars and transforming them into streams of energy that were absorbed by nearby cultivators. After swallowing the soul avatars of others, these cultivators also became more and more agitated, their murderous intent filling the air, as if each of them wanted to monopolize the benefits here and kill everyone else. After all, the 7 family alliances cultivator was much stronger, each of them having 1 or 2 transcendents. When they took action, they could easily end the life of a foreign cultivator with a single blow. However, among the foreign cultivators, there were also several transcendents. These people joined forces with their own helpers and were more or less able to hold on for some time, causing the 7 family alliance no small amount of damage. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot as they continued to scream and disappear. This cruel and crazy scene was almost unacceptable to the 9 Heavens Holy Land Saintess, her tender body trembling as she watched the melee, not even noticing someone approaching her. Yang Kai frowned, wanting to see what kind of skill this woman had, so he didn't lend a hand, simply watching from the sidelines. When she felt the approaching crisis, the saintess awoke from her stupor and her seemingly delicate soul avatar suddenly erupted with a destructive force, destroying the soul of the cultivator who was approaching her. The saintess frowned when she saw the remnant soul energy of the dead cultivator circling around her. She didn't absorb it like the others. Instead, she took the initiative to distance herself from it. Her face was full of disgust. Yang Kai secretly nodded. He felt that this woman was more or less capable, and her judgment was not bad. She knew that if she received such benefits for free, there would be endless troubles. As if feeling that Yang Kai was observing her, the saintess secretly glanced at Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes filled with vigilance. She didn't know if Yang Kai would act like the others and suddenly attack the people around him. If that was the case, she felt that she wouldn't be able to resist. From Yang Kai's body, she felt a kind of pressure, especially that burning hot aura, which made her feel a bit of dread. Yang Kai, on the other hand, no longer paid attention to her and instead continued to watch the melee with great interest, his expression indifferent. At this moment, the battle had become one-sided. The foreign cultivator was originally a mass of scattered sand, so under the attack of the 7 family alliances masters, they had no choice but to join forces to counterattack. Although they had achieved some results at the beginning, in the face of absolute strength, they were quickly defeated. After the few transcendents were killed, the remaining immortal ascension boundary cultivator couldn't do anything. Letting them scream and beg for mercy, the masters of the 7 family alliance simply turned a blind eye, smirking as they scattered their soul avatars and reaped the benefits from them. Gradually, the hundreds of cultivators were reduced to less than a dozen, all of whom were 7 family alliances transcendents. It seemed that because they had swallowed too much of the soul avatars, at this moment, the drawbacks of their soul avatars finally broke out. All of them seemed a little anxious, each of their soul avatars exuding a chaotic and evil aura. After ignoring each other for a moment, the dozen or so people began fighting again. What do we do? What do we do? As Yang Kai was observing the situation, the 9 Heavens Holy Land Saintess came to him for the 3rd time, an anxious and helpless look on her face that made Yang Kai quite amused. What do you mean, what do we do? Yang Kai asked knowingly. What if they decide to attack us? The saintess panicked. Although she was a first-order transcendent, there were still so many people left from the 7 family alliance. Once they all rushed over, she wouldn't be able to resist, so even if she was somewhat afraid of Yang Kai, at this moment she had no choice but to find a way to tie herself to him. You are you, I am me. Yang Kai raised a finger and shook it slowly, keenly aware of her intentions. Aren't you afraid you'll die here? If it's a blessing, it's not a disaster, and if it's a disaster, it can't be avoided, so what's the use of being afraid? Yang Kai chuckled meaningfully, his indifferent expression causing the saintess to be surprised, glancing over at him from head to toe. "What do you want to do?" The saintess immediately became vigilant. The malicious intent in Yang Kai's eyes gave her goosebumps, quickly saying, "Don't forget, I saved you before, you should know how to repay me." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "Don't worry, I don't want to do anything to you, there's no need to be so nervous." The saintess obviously didn't trust him, her beautiful eyes widening as she stared at Yang Kai, seemingly trying to peer directly into Yang Kai's heart. After a moment, her expression relaxed. She could feel that Yang Kai really didn't have any malicious intentions towards her, but she was certain he was up to no good, causing her to feel a little uneasy. Her heart was filled with regret. If she had known that this trip would be so dangerous, she would never have come to the bottom of the sea. She had even used some tricks to shake off the two Holy Land Masters. She had simply dug her own grave. The saintess wanted to cry but had no tears. Yang Kai no longer paid any attention to her and instead continued to pay attention to the divine sense battle. The dozen or so masters from the Seven Family Alliance knew each other very well, so their battle was also quite fierce. Moreover, under the influence of the spiritual energy they had swallowed, these dozen or so people no longer feared death, so after only an hour or so, victory and defeat had been decided. Of the dozen or so masters, almost all of them had died, leaving only two who were still struggling to survive. Hai Wanggu of the Hai family and the old man surnamed Qing who had gathered everyone here before were both second-order transcendents, so in this battle, they undoubtedly held the advantage in terms of strength. However, after such a fierce struggle, both of their soul avatars appeared somewhat weak, so after fighting for a while, both of them sat down cross-legged and began to adjust their breathing. Seeing this scene, the Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess immediately urged Yang Kai to take advantage of this opportunity to kill these two old men. Yang Kai kept shaking his head, indicating that his courage was too small and that he didn't have the strength to do so, causing the saintess' pretty face to distort in anger. From beginning to end, Yang Kai didn't show the slightest sign of fear. When he was watching these people fight, he even had a look of relish on his face. This kind of behavior was either because he had absolute confidence in himself or because he was stupid and ignorant. The saintess couldn't see him as the latter, so she had never expected him to give up such a good opportunity to launch a sneak attack. If she were to go up alone and launch a sneak attack, she wasn't sure she could win, so she could only stand in place and hesitate. For Yang Kai, killing Hai Wanggu and Old Man Qing wouldn't be difficult. In fact, it could even be said that it would be extremely easy, but he didn't want to expose his strength in front of outsiders. If it were someone else, it would have been easier to deal with, he would have just killed them to silence them, but this Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess had previously offered him a helping hand, even if that wasn't what Yang Kai needed. However, if he really wanted to kill this woman, Yang Kai really couldn't do it. He wasn't a vicious person who would kill without reason. Yang Kai was now having a headache over this issue, if only he could knock her out right now. While thinking about this, Hai Wanggu and Old Man Qing seemed to have finally discovered that there were still two outsiders left. Yang Kai and the saintess had been hiding far away and hadn't participated in the melee, cleverly avoiding the previous chaos, but now that the number of people had been reduced, they couldn't hide even if they wanted to. Hai Wanggu and Old Man Qing glanced at each other and suddenly grinned. "Brother Qing, why don't we deal with that side first, then we can decide who wins and who loses." Hai Wanggu seemed to still have some sense of reason and proposed. Old Man Qing frowned for a moment before nodding slightly, a fierce look appearing on his face as he said, "That's a good opportunity to replenish our spiritual energy first." Saying so, the two men stood up at the same time and stared towards Yang Kai and Old Man Qing. Neither of them seemed to be in a hurry, simply walking over step by step, their expressions filled with confidence. Not far away, The two men swept their eyes over Yang Kai and the Saintess, their expressions suddenly becoming dull as they stared at the Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess, seemingly unable to believe their eyes. You. Hai Wang-gu pointed his finger at the woman, his brow furrowed. Aren't you Her Highness the Saintess? Old Man Qing also looked like he had seen a ghost, completely dumbfounded. The murderous intent and hostility between the two men dissipated the moment they recognized the Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess. It's me. The Saintess nodded lightly. How come you're here? Hai Wang-gu frowned and asked, seemingly thinking of something, could it be you came here with my Seven Family Alliance? I just wanted to enjoy the scenery, but I didn't expect such a thing to happen, the Saintess calmly replied. Then this is. Hai Wang-gu looked towards Yang Kai suspiciously. The Saintess hesitated for a moment before quickly replying, he's my retainer. Yang Kai's expression flashed as he glanced over at the woman in front of him. Her answer seemed to indicate that she wanted to take care of him while also wanting to stand on the same side as him. As a retainer of the Saintess, he must be a member of Nine Heavens Holy Land. With such an identity, Yang Kai estimated that both Hai Wang-gu and Old Man Qing would be wary of him. Sure enough, after hearing the Saintess say this, the expressions of the two old men became strange, as if they wanted to flatter her but were also hesitating. Their mood was directly reflected in the fluctuations of energy coming from their soul avatars. These fluctuations were fluctuating, sometimes stable, sometimes dangerous. Obviously, they weren't as respectful as they appeared on the surface and were clearly plotting something. Chapter 753. Perceiving their malice towards her, the Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess' beautiful face changed slightly, suddenly waving her hand and sending out a subtle force from her soul avatar. This force was quite strange and didn't carry the slightest murderous intent or malice, but when this energy appeared, it was like a shower of light falling from the sky, covering Yang Kai, Hai Wang-gu, and Old Man Qing before disappearing into their soul avatars. The three old men all frowned, not knowing what the Saintess was trying to do. But strangely enough, after she did this, Kai Yang suddenly felt his heart calm down a lot. His body gave birth to a comfortable feeling from the inside out. It was as if he had distanced himself from the troubles of the secular world, and from now on the thought of retreating into the mountains and forests. This made him lose interest in everything in front of him. His heart clenching, Yang Kai quickly focused his mind and expelled this feeling of laziness from his mind. Turning to Hai Wang-gu and Old Man Qing, Yang Kai was surprised to find that the irritability in these two old men's soul avatars seemed to have been smoothed out and were no longer as violent as before. Both of them seemed to have become much more clear-headed. The soul skill the Saintess had just used seemed to have the effect of calming one's mind. Hai Wang-gu and Old Man Qing glanced at each other and frowned. After a moment of silence, Hai Wang-gu said, "What happened just now? Your Highness Saintess saw it, right?" The Saintess' pretty face changed as she forced a smile. "Yes, but you can rest assured that I won't speak of it. I also don't want others to know that I was here. What we need to do now is find a way out of here as soon as possible. What do you think?" Hai Wang-gu and Old Man Qing both remained silent, their brow furrowed as if they were contemplating something. The Saintess was a little uneasy. Although she had used her special soul skill to help Hai Wang-gu and Old Man Qing temporarily stabilize their minds, these two people's natures weren't very good. Once they started having evil thoughts, even her soul skill couldn't control their thoughts and actions. Quickly turning her eyes to Yang Kai for help, she asked for help. Yang Kai pretended not to see her. The Saintess couldn't help grinding her teeth in anger. After a while, Hai Wang-gu suddenly asked, "Brother Qing, what do you think?" Old Man Qing took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, since it has come to this, either we don't do anything or we go all out. Hai Wang-gu grinned ferociously. Sure enough, Brother Ching is worthy of his reputation, thinking the same thing as this Hai. As she spoke, she coldly glanced at the saintess. She snorted coldly, so what if she's the saintess? Here, no one cares about your status. Even if you die here, no one will know. The saintess' expression finally changed. She knew that these two old men were going to silence her in order to keep this secret. With so many foreign cultivators dead, the 7 family alliances' losses were not small. If the truth of the matter were to spread out, it would cause great damage to the Hai family and the Qing family. Moreover, this was indeed the best place to silence someone. While talking, their soul fluctuations fluctuated again, revealing a violent and evil aura. Without saying a word, 2 pure and dangerous soul consciousness attacks suddenly attacked Yang Kai. Yang Kai's strength seemed to be relatively low, so Hai Wang-gu and Old Man Qing naturally wanted to deal with him first. Then they would find a way to deal with the 9 Heavens Holy Land Saintess. Yang Kai's expression became cold. The moment these 2 attacks were about to reach him, he suddenly dodged. Hai Wang-gu and Old Man Qing were both surprised. I'll help you contain one. You should be able to win one-on-one, right? Yang Kai said to the 9 Heavens Holy Land Saintess before turning to Hai Wang-gu and smiling contemptuously. You old dog, come with me. Little brat, you don't know death. Hai Wang-gu coldly snorted, easily angered by Yang Kai, hurriedly chasing after Yang Kai. If it was any other time, Hai Wang-gu wouldn't have been so obedient, but at this moment, whether it was him or Old Man Qing, both of them had swallowed so much spiritual energy that their minds were somewhat muddled. It could be said that their actions were mostly driven by instinct, so when Yang Kai provoked them, they naturally chased after him. Hey! The saintess anxiously shouted and was about to explain something to Yang Kai when suddenly seeing Old Man Qing attack her, her pretty face paled and she hurriedly used her soul skill to defend herself. Yang Kai had already led Hai Wang-gu far away, not wanting to fight him, instead constantly avoiding his divine sense attacks while taking the opportunity to observe the situation of the 9 Heavens Holy Land Saintess. Yang Kai had originally intended to let this saintess kill Hai Wang-gu so that he wouldn't have to expose his strength and the secret of his conflagrated knowledge in front of this woman. Moreover, he also felt that with the background and heritage of this saintess, she should have the ability to do so. Although her cultivation was a minor realm lower than Hai Wang-gu and Old Man Qing, 9 Heavens Holy Land and the 7 Family Alliance weren't on the same level. From the soul skill this woman had just displayed, it was clear she had the ability. However, after observing for a while, Yang Kai found that something was wrong. Under Old Man Cheng's relentless pursuit, the woman only knew how to dodge and defend, not even showing any intention of fighting back. From her demeanor and actions, it was clear she had the conditions and opportunity to fight back, but she simply didn't take advantage of it. It wasn't that she didn't grasp the opportunity, but rather that she didn't seem to have any desire to fight Old Man Qing. What are you doing? Yang Kai couldn't help feeling annoyed and couldn't help shouting, fight back, why are you always running? The saintess wanted to cry but had no tears to shed, but before she could finish speaking, Old Man Cheng's killing move had already arrived, forcing her to dodge. Little brat, you should worry about yourself. Hai Wang-gu chased after Yang Kai, not leaving his side even a single step as he snickered. Yang Kai glanced over at him coldly before his figure flickered and he changed direction, rushing towards the saintess. A moment later, he caught up with her pace and anxiously asked, "What's wrong with you? Why aren't you fighting back?" The saintess grit her teeth and replied, "You already know the answer." "Why would I ask when I already know the answer?" Yang Kai was confused. "I am the saintess of 9 Heavens Holy Land." "I know, so what? Yang Kai suddenly found this woman's words to be somewhat incomprehensible. You don't know what the saintess can't do. As she rushed forward, the woman stared at Yang Kai with some amazement. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Where the hell did you come from, poor boy? The saintess saw that he didn't seem to be lying, and her beautiful eyes flashed a strange light. The saintess of 9 heavens' holy land cannot kill anyone. Who set that rule? Yang Kai's face went black. He found that his wishful thinking was about to fail. It's been this way since ancient times. The saintess hurriedly explained, we can't kill. Once we violate this taboo, a flaw will appear in our secret art. What kind of bullshit secret art is that? Yang Kai was furious. He had never heard of such a restrictive secret art. However, in other words, if the restrictions were too strict, then the secret art she cultivated was bound to be very powerful. Then why don't you take action? The saintess fled with Yang Kai while sizing him up. You look so relaxed. Why do you want me to take action? Yang Kai couldn't help grinning, his heart filled with helplessness, guessing that this time he wouldn't be able to borrow a knife to kill them. Although I can't do it myself, I can help you. If you're afraid you aren't their opponent, you don't need to worry, the saintess hurriedly said. How are you going to help me? The saintess didn't say a word, suddenly sending out a soul skill into Yang Kai's soul avatar. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. The moment this soul skill penetrated his body, he couldn't help feeling a strange sensation, as if he had formed some kind of connection with this 9 heavens holy land saintess. It was as if she had bestowed some kind of strange blessing upon him. Yang Kai clearly felt that his spiritual energy was rapidly becoming stronger. Moreover, there were also some mysterious thoughts flashing through his mind, a variety of secret arts he had never heard of before flowing through his mind. Yang Kai felt like he could freely use these secret arts. This feeling was strange and completely baseless, but Yang Kai firmly believed it. Suddenly coming to a halt, Yang Kai stood in place and took a deep breath, his eyes flashing brilliantly. The 9 heavens holy land saintess also hurriedly stopped and stood behind Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes staring at him nervously. Little brat, I want to see where you're going to run now. Hai Wang-gu and Old Man Ching roared. Although these 2 juniors weren't as strong as them, they were still able to run very fast. If they hadn't taken the initiative to stop, it was likely they wouldn't have been able to catch up. Hai Wang-gu and Old Man Ching both had a belly full of anger as murderous intent flashed across their faces. Yang Kai slowly turned around and stared at them, his brow furrowed, seemingly still immersed in the confusion he had just experienced. After a moment, Yang Kai slowly raised his hand and sent out a burst of spiritual energy, summoning a giant golden sword midair. This giant sword was formed purely from Yang Kai's spiritual energy and was several dozen meters long. The golden sword gave off a scorching aura that seemed capable of incinerating everything in its path. An unparalleled sense of oppression descended from the sky, causing Hai Wang-gu and Old Man Ching, who had been glaring at Yang Kai with malevolent eyes, to tremble. Under this oppressive pressure, they felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them, making them feel as if they were about to be crushed to pieces. They couldn't even muster up the will to resist, their hearts instantly filling with fear. The 9 heavens holy land saintess' tender body also trembled slightly, her pretty face filled with a look of disbelief as she stared towards Yang Kai, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes, as if she had just discovered some kind of great secret. Yang Kai stared at the giant soul sword for a moment before waving his divine sense and sending it down towards Old Man Ching. A violent shockwave swept out and Old Man Ching didn't even have the chance to make a sound before he disappeared under the giant sword. Hai Wang-gu, who had been standing nearby, was also sent flying by the shockwave, his footing unsteady. Is that the profound heavenly sword? Yang Kai frowned, turning to the saintess and asking. The latter nodded unconsciously, yes. Chapter 754. Old Man Cheng had been killed in a single blow, and Hai Wanggu, who had luckily escaped, was now like a stray dog, desperately trying to escape from Yang Kai. Yang Kai glanced over at him faintly but didn't move. The giant sword that had just killed Old Man Cheng transformed into a rope and caught up to Hai Wanggu. No matter how he tried to escape, he couldn't avoid it and was directly tied up. Yang Kai waved his hand and the rope that was binding Hai Wanggu suddenly pulled him back. Is this the imprisoning heaven chain? Yang Kai asked the Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess. Interesting, how did I suddenly become proficient in these soul skills? Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. Also, my spiritual energy seems to have become much stronger. What did you do to me? Can we talk about that later? The saintess' eyes flashed, seemingly unwilling to answer. Yang Kai nodded lightly and didn't ask further. The two soul skills he had just used were things Yang Kai had never seen before, but he was able to use them freely and proficiently, as if he had been cultivating them for a long time. It was impossible for him to know all of this for no reason, so the only explanation was that this woman had done something to him. It was as if she had directly instilled these two soul skills into Yang Kai, allowing him to instantly gain insight into these two soul skills. Moreover, the spiritual energy Yang Kai displayed wasn't too strong. Normally, he would only be able to fight evenly with Hai Wanggu, but with this saintess' help, he was able to kill Old Man Cheng in a single blow. Yang Kai's heart was filled with doubts and dissatisfaction. What do you plan to do with this person? The saintess pointed to the bound Hai Wanggu and asked. What else can I do? Yang Kai grinned and the rope binding Hai Wanggu suddenly burst into flames. With a scream of despair, Hai Wanggu's soul avatar was incinerated, not even leaving behind a single trace. In the entire soul battle hall, only Yang Kai and the saintess of Nine Heavens Holy Land remained. They looked at each other. Under Yang Kai's intense gaze, the saintess seemed a little uncomfortable and avoided his eyes. What's your name? Yang Kai asked. Ling, what about you? Zhang San. Ling's pretty face immediately turned green. Yang Kai's perfunctory attitude really annoyed her. However, due to his identity, he couldn't flare up, so he could only be angry inwardly. Now, can you tell me what you did just now? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. That move of yours seemed very strange. Do you have to know? Ling pursed her red lips. Yang Kai nodded seriously. If I don't figure it out, how do I know if it will harm me? You don't have to worry about that. It won't do you any harm. Furthermore, I have no motive to harm you. I still want to be clear about this. Good. Ling took a deep breath. Since you insist, I'll tell you. After saying so, she fell silent, as if she was sorting out her words. After a while, she continued, you should know about our Nine Heavens Holy Land. Every holy master is brought back by the saintess. We use some special methods to find a suitable candidate, and if they pass the test, they will become the next holy master of the Holy Land. As for what method we use to find a suitable candidate, please forgive me for not being able to explain. I can only tell you that it has something to do with the secret art I cultivate. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Presumably you've also heard that before the Holy Master is found, there are many different kinds of Holy Masters. There are many different kinds of people. Their aptitudes vary greatly, but once they enter the Holy Land and become the Holy Master, they will undergo an extraordinary transformation. You will be reborn and achieve extraordinary achievements. This has a lot to do with us saintesses. Oh. What do you mean? We were born to be the Holy Master's cultivation furnaces. Everything we cultivate, everything we master, is prepared for the Holy Master. Find him, bring him back to the Holy Land, and instill all the knowledge we have learned over the years into him. This is the value of our saintess's existence. Moreover, because there was more than one saintess in the Holy Land, the benefits the Holy Lord could obtain were enormous. This was also why every Holy Lord had the ability to transcend the heavens and penetrate the earth. That was because he wasn't cultivating alone. Depending on the number of saintesses, it could be 3 to 5 people helping him cultivate. It could also be 7 or 8 people helping him cultivate. These people were all his furnaces, and the benefits they obtained from cultivating would all belong to him. With such a method of cultivation, it is difficult for the Holy Land's Holy Master not to become powerful. It's that amazing. Yang Kai was stunned. This is the Holy Land's secret, don't you dare reveal it to me, and Ling He warned seriously. Don't worry, my mouth is sealed tightly. Yang Kai nodded thoughtfully. So, the reason why I can master your 9 heavens Holy Land's soul skills is entirely because you instilled everything you learned into me. And what you have mastered is what I am proficient in. The saintesses do not kill during their lifetime, but can use this special method to assist the Holy Master. On top of that, the benefits we bring to the Holy Master are not limited to just this. You also felt it just now, with my assistance, your spiritual energy will become much stronger. Yang Kai's expression couldn't help becoming strange. I'm not the Holy Master, am I? How could you use it on me? And Ling He sighed faintly, biting her red lips as she said, although I don't want to admit it, you probably have the aptitude to become the Holy Master. Are you kidding me? It's true. I just wanted to help you improve your spiritual energy so you could fight those two. I had no intention of instilling the Holy Land's divine skills into you, but for some reason you were able to comprehend them. Let me ask you, how many divine skills did you comprehend just now? Just 2 of them. 2 of them is already quite amazing. Even with the help of our saintesses, it is not easy for a Holy Master to comprehend the Holy Land's divine skills. It is likely that he will need to try many times before he can thoroughly master a certain divine skill. You being able to comprehend 2 of them in an instant is already enough to explain the problem, and Ling He said with a look of admiration. Yang Kai's eyes darted around. How many divine skills have you comprehended in total? 9. And Ling He smiled faintly. Do you want to learn? As you wish. Yang Kai didn't comment, putting on a look of disinterest. I can give you everything I know, but you must agree to one condition. Yang Kai's expression sank. He hated it the most when others haggled with him. Come back to the Holy Land with me. When the time comes, not only will I help you with the divine skill, but my other 3 sisters will also help. You will grow in the shortest time possible. You want me to go back with you and become a Holy Master? Yang Kai grinned. Yes. I think I found the right person, although, you're a bit annoying, and Ling He said truthfully. Not interested. Yang Kai chuckled and slowly shook his head. You. And Ling He's almond eyes widened, a look of shock appearing on her face. She hadn't expected Yang Kai to so bluntly refuse. The Holy Master of 9 Heavens Holy Land, who didn't want to be? The 20 to 30 islands occupied by the 7 Family Alliance were bustling with noise and excitement as foreign cultivators flooded in, all of them hoping the saintess would take a liking to them. Once one was chosen, they would reach the heavens in a single bound. Wherever Ling He went, the situation was similar to this island, overcrowded with people, young and old. But now, when she took the initiative to make this request, she was actually refused. And Ling He couldn't help feeling like she was in a dream, staring at Yang Kai blankly, unable to speak. If I want strength, I'll cultivate it myself. why would I need to rely on you women? Young Kai snorted, wouldn't that be the same as eating soft rice? Do you still not understand what benefits becoming a holy master brings? And Ling Er's brow furrowed slightly. Becoming a holy master not only means you will become an overlord of this world in the future, it also means you will obtain many things that most people would never be able to obtain in their lifetime. Wealth, fame, status, beauties, you can have anything you want. Does that include you? Yang Kai stared at her wickedly. And Ling Er's expression suddenly became somewhat unnatural, but she quickly nodded, and I am the Holy Master's cultivation furnace, not only me, but also my 3 sisters. As long as you want it, no matter what you do to us, we won't resist, you can enjoy the blessings of having multiple lovers. Very tempting. Yang Kai licked his lips, a perverted expression appearing on his face, seemingly quite tempted. Then you, not going? Yang Kai sneered, his expression changing faster than one could flip the page of a book, shaking his head. There are always gains and losses. Becoming a holy master brings such great benefits, presumably the price one has to pay isn't small, right? And Ling Er's pretty face changed slightly as she stared at him deeply, gently nodding, and there is a rumor in the Holy Land. Although there is no basis for it, I think it should be the price the Holy Master has to pay. Let's hear it. Every Holy Master doesn't live long. It seems that the one who lived the longest only lived for 300 years. 9 Heaven's Holy Land was a great force, and with so many saintesses as his cultivation furnaces, the Holy Master's strength would definitely improve rapidly. In just a few dozen years, he would reach the Third Order Saint realm. The Third Order Saint realm had long transcended the level of mortals and their lifespan would be greatly extended. Only living for 300 years was obviously a sign of death. Even the Third Order transcendents of some great forces could live for several hundred years. When he heard that he had to pay such a price, Yang Kai no longer had any thoughts of becoming a holy master. 300 years might seem like a long time, but for a master who pursued the martial Tao, it was nothing more than the blink of an eye. Yang Kai believed that if he didn't become a holy master, after 300 years, he would still be alive and well. Perhaps he would even be wandering the world with Su Yan and his little senior sister, living a carefree life. How could he be willing to sacrifice himself for such a small benefit? But have you ever thought that by paying such a price, you can enjoy a lifetime of glory? This is something many people can't achieve in their lifetime, and Ling Er still tried to persuade him. Yang Kai chuckled, after 30 years, I will be able to stand on equal footing with your holy master. 30 years. And Ling Er stared at him in shock, your tone is quite big. Chapter 755. In order to stand on equal footing with the Holy Master, one would need to at least be a Third Order Saint. And Ling Er didn't think Yang Kai could achieve this, she simply thought he was just a young man spouting nonsense. Just wait and see, Yang Kai chuckled, his face filled with confidence. You really won't consider it? There's no need. Yang Kai shook his head, however. The way you chose the Holy Master is a bit too hasty. How can the master of a great force decide on such a casual matter? It's not hasty. And Ling Er refuted with some excitement, the secret art we cultivate is related to finding a holy master. If there is a suitable candidate, as long as they are within a certain range, we saintesses can sense them and determine they are the most suitable candidate to become the holy master. Your situation is another type of selection. If we really can't find the first type of person, we can only ask the Holy Land to step in and find some young people with good aptitude. Through indoctrination, we can see if they can comprehend the Holy Land's divine skills. Although today's matter was an accident, you have passed my test and are eligible to enter the Holy Land. And your performance was particularly excellent, so you are quite qualified. Young Kai sneered, can you guarantee that the person you choose will be loyal to your holy land? Yes. And Ling nodded, after entering the Holy Land, they will change their views. Young Kai narrowed his eyes, although he wasn't clear about the inside story, he estimated that Nine Heaven's Holy Land would use some special methods to brainwash the people they chose. Good, let's not talk about this for now. Young Kai didn't want to continue inquiring about the secrets of Nine Heaven's Holy Land. The more he learned about this kind of thing, the worse it would be for him. Saying so, Young Kai sent out a burst of energy from his soul avatar and, before Enling could react, wrapped her up. What are you doing? Enling's pretty face changed. While she was talking, she suddenly found herself unable to move. The other party's soul energy was far stronger than she had expected. The energy that wrapped around her soul avatar contained a scorching aura. Young Kai looked her up and down, his eyes flashing with a very complicated light. He nodded slightly and said, yes, according to my temperament, I should kill you to silence you. Kill me. And Ling-er's beautiful face turned pale. Do you think you know too much? This is one of the reasons. Young Kai nodded calmly, I know that much. Once you return alive, I estimate your Nine Heavens Holy Land won't let me go. Either you will capture me and make me your holy master, or you will directly kill me to protect your Holy Land secrets. Neither of these is what I want to see. Why are you so suspicious? And Ling-er frowned and looked at him faintly. I won't tell anyone about what happened today. And don't forget, I saved you before. You can't bite the hand that feeds you. Don't mention it. Young Kai curled his lips disdainfully, in fact, I didn't know what to do with you. If I really killed you, I would feel guilty for the rest of my life and perhaps even develop a heart demon, but if I took you out with me, I wouldn't feel at ease. Hearing him say this, and Ling-er's tense demeanor couldn't help relaxing as she asked softly, so now you know what to do. An. Young Kai grinned, stretching out his hand and grabbing towards her soul avatar. And Ling-er's face was filled with shock as she tried to struggle but was unable to move at all. Before the big hand could touch Ling-er though, it suddenly withdrew. An irresistible suction force emerged from the giant hand and Ling-er's vision blurred for a moment before her soul avatar fell limply to the ground, extremely weak. Stubbornly raising her head, she glared towards Young Kai with a look of hatred, gritting her teeth as she shouted, it turns out you've comprehended more than 2 divine skills. Sorry, in fact, it's 3. Young Kai smiled, is this one called Great Heavenly Attraction? And Ling-er pursed her red lips tightly, not saying a word. Profound Heavenly Sword, Imprisoning Heaven Lock, Great Heavenly Attraction. Young Kai muttered to himself, your Nine Heavens Holy Land's divine skills are really good, both convenient and practical. How is it convenient? This is the result of more than 10 years of bitter cultivation. Hearing his evaluation, Ling-er was immediately enraged. Young Kai didn't care and simply stared at the delicate mass of spiritual energy in his hand. This mass of spiritual energy had been stripped from Ling-er's soul avatar and was now sitting cross-legged on Young Kai's palm, petite and dignified, motionless. This was Ling-er's soul brand. With this brand in hand, Young Kai could control Ling-er's life and death at will. To be on the safe side, I'll accept your brand. I hope that after we leave this place, we'll never meet again in Sky Sea Pavilion. And, when the day comes that I can stand on equal footing with your holy master, I'll come to your Nine Heavens Holy Land and return this brand to you, Young Kai said as he took her brand into his soul avatar. And Ling-er looked at him angrily, unable to resist. Although she was also proficient in great heavenly attraction, her soul was not as good as Yang Kai's, so she couldn't resist. This man was really hateful to the extreme. She had clearly made a very beneficial proposal to him, but he didn't agree and even tried to control her. "Hey, I really don't have any malicious intentions towards you, don't look at me like that." Yang Kai was helpless and kept shaking his head. "You're hateful." And Ling ground her teeth and cursed, venting the grievances in her heart. Okay, I'm hateful, I'm the most hateful person in the world. You just need to rest, don't be angry," Yang Kai quickly comforted her. With her soul brand, Yang Kai also felt relieved. Although doing this would cause some damage to this woman, as long as she rested for a while, she would be fine. Yang Kai only took her brand and didn't harm her soul avatar. And Ling ignored him in a fit of pique. She sat alone at the side, looking extremely pitiful. After observing for a while, Kai Yang leapt up and flew out. This white world was indeed the interior of the soul-type artifact. Yang Kai also understood the function of this artifact. It was similar to the situation everyone had encountered. It could forcibly pull others' soul avatars into this magical space. For Yang Kai, this was a good thing. His current divine sense cultivation was stronger than his physical body, so once he encountered a powerful enemy, he could use the power of this artifact to force others to engage in a divine sense battle with him. In such a battle, Yang Kai would likely have a lot of advantages. So he really wanted to take this artifact into his own pocket. The more than 100 people who had come in before had examined this place several times but hadn't found anything special. The only place where there was a mystery was the one in the sky where the 4 words, Soul Battle Hall, were engraved. Flying to the location of the 4 words, Yang Kai carefully examined it, his expression extremely focused. As time passed slowly, and Ling also recovered from her previous injuries and blinked her big eyes towards the sky. After a while, she flew up and stood beside Yang Kai and asked, "Are you looking for an exit, or do you want to refine this artifact? You're not angry?" Yang Kai looked at her in amazement. He found that this woman seemed to easily forget some things. This was also the case before. Yang Kai had repeatedly given her the cold shoulder, and although she had left in a fit of anger, she had come back after a while. "I'm angry." And Ling nodded heavily, "But I decided not to be angry with you for the time being. The most important thing is to get out of here alive." "Smart girl." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, "I want to refine this artifact. Since it's a soul-type artifact, I can use my divine sense to refine it, but I haven't found a good way to do so. What do you suggest?" And Ling looked carefully and pondered for a while before saying, "You might as well try to refine these 4 words, they may be the core of this artifact. As long as you brand your divine sense into these 4 words, you should be able to refine it." "That's what I was thinking," Yang Kai nodded and sternly said, "You should stay away." And Ling glanced at him strangely, and although she was a little confused, she still obediently moved away and hid in the furthest corner. Looking up, she saw Yang Kai's soul avatar sitting motionlessly in the void, seemingly brewing something. Suddenly, a berserk and terrifying scorching aura spread out from his body. A dazzling golden light blossomed in that instant, and the entire divine battle hall seemed to show signs of shaking. The 4 words were directly wrapped in a raging fire and began to burn. And Ling Er's mouth dropped open as she stared in shock, her tender body trembling slightly. She had thought that Yang Kai cultivated some kind of special soul skill or possessed some kind of soul-type artifact, which was why his soul avatar was emitting such a hot aura, but now, after seeing the scene in front of her, she suddenly realized that he didn't cultivate a special soul skill at all. The reason his soul avatar was emitting such a hot aura was entirely because of his spiritual energy. A variant spiritual energy, a conflagrated knowledge sea. And Ling Er was thoroughly shocked. And from the looks of it, his ability to use his spiritual energy had obviously reached a very high level. No wonder he wanted to refine her soul brand. It turned out that it wasn't just because he had learned some of the Holy Land's secrets, but also because of himself. He obviously hoped she could help him hide this secret. Now she might really be saved. The power of a conflagrated knowledge sea was no ordinary divine sense, and this young man's strength was also not to be underestimated. Even if this soul-type artifact wasn't low-grade, it likely wouldn't be able to withstand such a violent burning aura. While Ling Er was overjoyed, she was still thinking about how to make Yang Kai agree to go to the Holy Land with her. A holy master with a conflagrated knowledge sea. This was a precedent that had never appeared in the Holy Land before. With such aptitude and capital, once he became a holy master, he would be the most powerful holy master in history. Chapter 756. At the bottom of the ocean, somewhere in the ancient ruins. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, there were more than 100 cultivators lying on the ground, most of them dead. Only a man and a woman still exuded vitality, but they were still in a coma. In front of these cultivators, there was a glowing sphere that was exuding some strange energy fluctuations. As this energy fluctuated, the light it emitted flickered, as if it could be annihilated at any time. Suddenly, a trace of golden light flowed out from the glowing sphere, and when this golden light appeared, the surrounding air gradually became scorching hot. Like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, the golden color quickly spread throughout the entire glowing sphere, turning it golden like a blazing sun. The scorching feeling in the air became even more intense. Gotcha. The sound of something breaking rang out. At the same time, two spiritual energy streams shot out from the glowing sphere, circled around it a few times, and then shot down. The golden glowing sphere gradually dimmed, and after a while, no more light came out from it. With a groan, Ling Er slowly and painfully opened her eyes, her hand supporting her tender body as she straightened her upper body and looked around. Not far away, she found Yang Kai slowly crawling up. The two of them exchanged a glance and smiled. Inside the Soul Battle Hall, after finding the right direction to refine the artifact, Yang Kai had been using his powerful divine sense to burn the 4 words. He didn't know how much time had passed, but it wasn't until just now that he had succeeded in subduing the artifact. After going through so many trials and tribulations together, Ling Er suddenly felt that Yang Kai was much more pleasing to the eye. Yang Kai also felt that this little girl wasn't bad, it was just that sometimes she was a bit silly. When he was refining the artifact, she didn't disturb him, instead just quietly watching from afar. After subduing the soul-type artifact, it was simple to leave. All Yang Kai needed to do was use his divine sense to open an exit and the two of them could escape. Their soul avatars had been away from their physical bodies for a long time, so they weren't quite used to it. Yang Kai was fine, after all, whether it was his spiritual energy or physical strength, he was much stronger than Ling Er. On the other hand, after confirming that Yang Kai had returned, Ling Er sat down cross-legged on the ground and began to adjust her breathing. Yang Kai also rested for a while, and after confirming that there was nothing wrong with his body, he stood up and walked towards the location of the soul-type artifact. Now that he had refined it, this artifact naturally belonged to Yang Kai. Arriving in front of it, Yang Kai's divine sense swept it into his knowledge sea. Carefully inspecting the situation of this artifact, Yang Kai's spirit shook as he secretly praised it. Worthy of a treasure left behind by an ancient sect, this soul-type artifact was definitely saint-grade. Even after experiencing the endless flowing time Great Emperor, this artifact's power had not been reduced much. Now that it was being nurtured in Yang Kai's knowledge sea, it was only a matter of time before it was restored to its original strength. Yang Kai was very satisfied and felt that this trip had not been in vain. Obtaining a pill with pill clouds before had already made him overjoyed, but now he had obtained a soul-type artifact that was very suitable for him. It could be said that his harvest was greater than anyone else's. Taking back his divine sense, Yang Kai looked around and saw that Enling was still meditating while Hai Wanggu and the others had already died. Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before walking over to the corpses and taking all their universe bags. After searching through them, he kept the good stuff and threw away the rest. Standing in place, Enling waited for about half a day before slowly opening her beautiful eyes. After adjusting her breathing, she had finally recovered. Seeing Yang Kai seemingly looking after her, the Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess couldn't help smiling, a hint of sweetness filling her heart. Lightly stepping forward, she came over to Yang Kai's side and asked, "Should we go back now or continue exploring?" "I want to continue. There is one thing I want to figure out. As for you, do as you please," Yang Kai said faintly before stepping forward. Seeing Yang Kai's somewhat cold attitude towards her, Enling pouted and quickly followed without saying a word. Arriving at the main hall in front of them, after a brief search, Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. This hall was originally protected by the Soul Battle Hall. Hai Wanggu, Old Man Qing, and the others had joined forces with more than 100 cultivators to break the invisible barrier and had originally intended to explore this hall and search for treasures. But unexpectedly, after the barrier was broken, everyone's soul avatars were pulled into the Soul Battle Hall, causing their original plan to fail. Now, when Yang Kai and Enling came back to take a look, they were surprised to find that this place had already been looted by someone else. The hall had been turned upside down, leaving behind nothing of value. Did someone else come here to explore? Enling guessed. Yang Kai nodded lightly, agreeing with her statement. Although more than 100 of them had been pulled into the Soul Battle Hall, there were still many others who were active throughout these ancient ruins. Yang Kai didn't know how much time had passed, but it was likely these ruins had already been thoroughly searched. After realizing this, Yang Kai didn't waste any more time and directly left the hall, following the direction of the source of the Yang attribute energy. Although it had been a month or two since they arrived at the seabed, the Yang attribute energy here was still constantly being produced. Yang Kai really wanted to know what was on the other side. Enling didn't say anything to annoy Yang Kai, simply following behind him obediently. Yang Kai knew that she still hadn't given up and wanted to persuade him to return to Nine Heavens Holy Land with her, so he deliberately ignored her. After walking for a long time, Yang Kai felt that he was getting closer and closer to the source of the Yang attribute energy, but amidst the fluctuations of this Yang attribute energy, Yang Kai was keenly aware of a special fluctuation. It was the power of the void. Yang Kai suddenly felt that something was wrong, thinking that he wouldn't be able to gain anything this time. Sure enough, after turning a corner, Yang Kai's footsteps came to a halt and he frowned helplessly as he stared ahead. Enling saw his strange expression and quickly turned to look, but after a single glance, she covered her mouth and exclaimed, "A void corridor." Not far in front of them, about 10 meters above the ground, there was a dark hole. It was a void corridor. The Yang attribute energy and the power of the void that Yang Kai felt were all coming from this hole. How could there be a void corridor here? Enling was also surprised. Void corridors weren't very common. It was said that a long time ago, during a great battle between masters, they tore through space and left behind traces. However, there was also a saying that void corridors were naturally formed. Through studying the mysteries of void corridors, there were now some masters who were able to use the power of the void to construct something similar to void corridors, allowing them to teleport 10,000 kilometers in an instant. Soaring Heaven Sect's Chu Ling Xiao had such an ability. However, doing so consumed a great deal of energy, so even masters like Chu Ling Xiao weren't willing to easily construct them. However, these void corridors constructed by masters were very different from orthodox ones. Whether it was in terms of stability or distance, they weren't on the same level. And Ling couldn't help but be a little surprised that there was a void corridor in the ancient ruins. Yang Kai didn't know where the other end was connected to. It might be someplace in Tongxian realm, or it might be a separate mysterious small world. It was impossible to predict what would happen next. Let's go back, Yang Kai said faintly. Although the source of the Yang attribute energy was very interesting to him, he wouldn't rush into a void corridor rashly. If he ended up teleporting to the star field, he wouldn't be able to find his way back. As he said this, he ignored Ling and leaped up. Wait for me. And Ling shouted and hurried to catch up. A short time later, the pair arrived at the barrier of the ancient ruin, passed through it, and found themselves in the sea. In an instant, Yang Kai felt a huge pressure from all directions, as if it was trying to crush him to pieces. Under this huge pressure, Yang Kai quickly circulated his yuan qi to push aside the surrounding seawater, suddenly feeling much more relaxed. And Ling Er's eyes and hands were even sharper, directly jumping into Yang Kai's yuan qi barrier and staying by his side. You woman. Yang Kai glanced sideways at her. What's wrong? Don't you saintesses boast of being noble and holy? Casually standing next to a man you're not familiar with, and even so close to him, is it really appropriate? Who's casually standing next to you? And Ling was unconvinced. Didn't I tell you that you are fully qualified to be the Holy Master? If you don't have this qualification, I won't be with you even if I die. If you dare mention this to me again, I'll rape you first and then kill you. Yang Kai's expression was fierce. You're just saying it, but you don't actually mean it. And Ling seemed to have seen through Yang Kai's nature, and was not afraid at all. Yang Kai gritted his teeth, stared at her fiercely, and laughed coldly. You like to provoke me, don't you? Do you believe that I won't take care of you right now? You dare. And Ling glared at him. Yang Kai smiled brightly, and retracted most of his yuan qi. The barrier that was originally large enough to wrap around the two of them suddenly became small. And Ling cried out in alarm, and quickly moved closer to Yang Kai, afraid that her body would be exposed to the seawater. Yang Kai continued to slow down the release of his yuan qi, and the barrier became smaller and smaller. The noble and holy saintess continued to move closer to Yang Kai, her small hands tightly gripping his clothes, her pretty face turning pale, and she secretly gritted her teeth, but didn't dare say anything. A moment later, and Ling Er's face turned red. As the defensive shield shrank, she had no choice but to cling to Yang Kai like an octopus, her two plump breasts being squeezed by Yang Kai's sturdy chest to the point where they were somewhat deformed. Even if she was unwilling in her heart, she had no choice but to maintain this humiliating position. You bad guy, you're a demon. And Ling bit her red lips and breathed out in front of Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes watery. Chapter 757. Looking at Ling Er's embarrassed and angry appearance, Yang Kai couldn't help laughing, his mood suddenly becoming carefree. Your Highness Saintess, how do you feel? As he spoke, he purposely blew a breath of hot air into her delicate earlobes. And Ling Er's earlobes immediately turned red as if they had been dyed red. The sound of her heart beating like a war drum came from her chest. The saintesses of 9 Heavens Holy Land grew up in the Holy Land from an early age and were instilled with a certain philosophy. That was, their entire lives were dedicated to the Holy Master, and everything they had was prepared for the Holy Master. In 9 Heavens Holy Land, the saintess was a symbol of nobility and holiness. Never before had she been so intimate with a man. Feeling the majesty of his body, and Ling Er's heart was in turmoil, secretly regretting how she had provoked such a wicked man. Yet, this evildoer managed to pass his test and comprehend 3 of the 9 heavens' divine skills at once. The heavens are really blind. And Ling Er bit her red lips and no longer dared to speak. Seeing her aggrieved appearance, Yang Kai no longer teased her and instead continued to fly upwards. After a long time, the two broke out of the sea and returned to the surface. And Ling Er, like a frightened rabbit, quickly broke away from Yang Kai, gasping for breath as she glared at him with resentful eyes. "I'll solemnly tell you about what happened on the seabed. It's best if you don't mention it in front of the people of 9 Heavens Holy Land, otherwise I'll really kill you. I can also promise you that I will never do anything to harm your 9 Heavens Holy Land, nor will I publicize your secrets. Like I said before, it's best if we never meet again from now on in Sky Sea Pavilion. This way, it'll be good for both of us." Yang Kai said seriously. "I understand, I won't mention it again." And Ling Er nodded lightly. "Farewell, I hope you find your holy master soon." Yang Kai smiled brilliantly and quickly left. Looking at his disappearing figure, and Ling Er's expression was complicated. She had never thought that there would actually be someone who would refuse such a good thing. She had always thought that when she found the Holy Master, that person would be overjoyed and couldn't wait to return to the Holy Land with her as soon as possible to enjoy the riches of the world. However, Yang Kai's reaction and attitude had shattered her previous thoughts. When he left, he didn't have the slightest reluctance to leave. Clearly, he really didn't want to be the Holy Master. Oh no! And Ling Er was shocked again. She suddenly remembered that she had been missing for so long. Uncle Qian and the others were probably worried to death. The archipelago on the sea was in a state of panic. The people from the 7 Family Alliance and 9 Heavens Holy Land had scoured almost every one of the nearby 23 islands in the past month. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find the whereabouts of the saintess. Facing the wrath of 9 Heavens Holy Land, every member of the 7 Family Alliance was terrified. The leaders of the 7 Family Alliance gathered in a palace that was originally the temporary residence of 9 Heavens Holy Land's people, but now it had become a place filled with smoke. Qian Ning's face was gloomy to the extreme as he glared at the leaders of the 7 Family Alliance and roared, "It's been more than a month yet you still haven't found the whereabouts of the saintess. I'll give you 3 more days. If I don't see the saintess in 3 days, I'll flatten all your islands. Protector Qian, please calm your anger. We will definitely send more people. No matter what, we will find Her Highness the Saintess." A first-order transcendent cultivator nodded, constantly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Originally, the arrival of 9 Heavens Holy Land was a great honor for their 7 Family Alliance, but who knew such an incident would occur, causing them to be implicated? Protector Qian, could it be that the saintess followed that group of people into the sea? Someone guessed. Into the sea. Qian Ning coldly snorted, how could the saintess do such a senseless thing? But besides the sea, we've searched everywhere. Didn't the people who went into the sea return as early as 3 days ago? There was no trace of the saintess. If she really went into the sea, she should have returned by now. But under the sea, there were also many casualties. Could it be that the saintess has impudence? Qian Ning roared, what kind of character is the saintess? Even you lowly people were able to return alive. How could something have happened to her? I don't care what methods you use or how many people you send, if I don't see the saintess in 3 days, you know the consequences. Scram! The 7 leaders of the 7 Family Alliance were annoyed but didn't dare show it on their faces. In front of 9 Heaven's Holy Land, a small force like theirs was nothing, so naturally they didn't have the courage to provoke Qian Ning. But before they could leave, a maid suddenly rushed over, a look of joy on her face as she shouted, Protector Qian, the Saintess, she's back. Back. Qian Ning raised his brow and hurriedly ran out to greet the maid, eagerly asking, Where is she? The maid turned around and pointed. Qian Ning looked in the direction she was pointing and saw An Ling walking briskly over there. Qian Ning burst into tears, so excited that he couldn't speak, the big stone in his heart finally falling to the ground. When An Ling arrived, everyone quickly saluted, Greetings, Your Highness Saintess. An Ling nodded lightly and said somewhat guiltily, Uncle Qian, I've troubled you this time, I'm really sorry. It's good you're safe, Qian Ning smiled, looking much more relaxed, were you injured? An Ling slowly shook her head. Where have you been these days? When I went out last time, I suddenly had some enlightenment and found a place to enter retreat. I never thought more than a month would pass, An Ling said softly, her expression somewhat unnatural. Qian Ning looked at her suspiciously, keenly aware that the Saintess was lying, but he didn't know why she would do such a thing. However, seeing her safe and sound was a blessing from the heavens, he didn't intend to pursue the matter and just nodded, That's good, that's good. Turning his head to the maid, he said, Bei, help the Saintess rest. And Bei, nodded quickly. The leaders of the 7 Family Alliance all glanced at each other and couldn't help letting out a sigh of relief. On one of the islands, Yang Kai found a secret room and after paying a few crystal stones, stepped inside.
This secret room was built by the 7 Family Alliance specifically for cultivators to use when they needed to enter retreat. The cost of using it was far lower than an ordinary inn. However, inside this secret room, there were many barriers arranged to prevent interference from the outside world, and the 7 Family Alliance was also responsible for the safety of those who entered, so it was definitely worth the cost. As such, it was very popular with foreign cultivators. A chamber like this could be found in most cities. After all, there would often be a martial artist who had a flash of inspiration and needed to go into seclusion. If they went out, it would be very convenient to have such a chamber. Inside the secret room, Yang Kai carefully inspected it and determined that the barriers arranged inside were not bad and were able to withstand a certain degree of impact while also having an early warning function. Sitting down cross-legged, Yang Kai took out the pill with pill clouds and placed it on his palm, carefully examining it. Yang Kai didn't rush to leave here, partly because he couldn't wait to see how this pill was refined, and partly because he wanted to stay and monitor An Ling's movements. It wasn't that he wanted to measure the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain, but this matter was too important for him to be careless. If An Ling sold him out, he would likely become an enemy of 9 Heaven's Holy Land. Once such a behemoth was provoked, the consequences would be endless. Yang Kai had inexplicably learned 3 of 9 Heaven's Holy Land's divine skills, and 9 Heaven's Holy Land obviously didn't want such a secret art to fall into the hands of an outsider. Once they learned the truth, they would only have 2 choices, either kill Yang Kai to silence him or force Yang Kai to become the new Holy Master. Depriving An Ling of her soul brand was really a last resort. Through this soul brand, although Yang Kai didn't know everything this woman did, he could still subtly perceive her mood fluctuations, making it the perfect tool to monitor her. Not thinking about it too much, Yang Kai immersed his consciousness into the pill in his hand. This was a saint pill. It was a saint-grade mid-rank pill. Alchemists who could refine saint pills were rare, no matter which era they were in. Even Du Wan, a famous character, was only a saint-grade low-rank alchemist. With his means, it was impossible for him to refine a saint-grade mid-rank pill unless his luck was incredibly good. Of all the people Yang Kai had come into contact with, only the old man of Heaven's Keep, Li Rui, could easily refine a saint-grade pill. When an outstanding alchemist observed a pill, they could infer the level of the person who refined it through the traces and medicinal efficacies on its surface. Looking at the saint pill in his hand, Yang Kai was deeply shocked. Although his experience wasn't very rich, he could still see how easily the person who refined this pill had refined it. There was no trace of unnaturalness on the pill's surface and it was smooth and round. That person's alchemy level had obviously reached a transcendent level, perhaps even on par with Li Lao. However, too many years had passed, and Yang Kai didn't know which ancient great force had left behind this ancient ruin, so wanting to spy on the identity of this alchemist was somewhat unrealistic. What was most valuable was that this Saint Pill's pill cloud was filled with rich world energy. Not only did this cloud maintain the integrity of its medicinal efficacies, but it also constantly gathered world energy to nourish the pill as the flowing time great emperor passed. Now, however, the energy contained in this saint pill was simply immeasurable. Yang Kai estimated that even if a saint realm master were to swallow this pill, they wouldn't be able to withstand the energy it released.
For a single pill to become like this, it could be said to be a miracle. Yang Kai immersed his consciousness in this pill, carefully analyzing the technique used by the alchemist as well as the process of forming this pill. Faintly, Yang Kai seemed to be able to see the scene from countless years ago, but he couldn't see it clearly. Everything was shrouded in fog. It was like the rolling waves of the sea, extremely violent, and this violent energy was still being produced. His expression changing, Yang Kai's entire body seemed to be on fire. His yuan qi fluctuated up and down, and the pores all over his body opened involuntarily. Countless amounts of energy leaked out from these pores and flowed into the air. The true Yang's secret art circulated even faster, and his meridians were filled with the medicinal effect of the pill, causing them to swell and ache. The medicinal effect was pervasive, following Yang Kai's meridians and penetrating every inch of his flesh and blood. At this moment, Yang Kai was like opening a door full of explosive energy. While he was enduring the baptism of this violent energy, he also had to see the hidden mysteries behind this door. Multitasking was extremely difficult. Suddenly, Yang Kai noticed that something was wrong. The medicinal effect flowing through his meridians and flesh, following the circulation of the true Yang's secret art, showed no signs of being absorbed by the unyielding golden skeleton. Instead, it was all rushing towards his mind. When it rushed to his mind, it was as if it had entered an invisible black hole and was completely swallowed up. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted and quickly immersed himself in his knowledge sea, his soul avatar manifesting. At this moment, a golden knowledge sea was continuously pouring in energy from the outside, and the burning flames of the sea were accepting and assimilating this energy. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he suddenly realized. It turned out that this saint pill was not a healing pill, nor was it a pill to assist in cultivation, but a pill to enhance one's soul. In that moment of absent-mindedness, as the surging energy poured in, his entire knowledge sea began to tremble. The soul battle hall and the demon eye of annihilation floating above his knowledge sea seemed to show signs of instability. That small heaven-grade high-grade divine soul sword was blown away by the storm and disappeared without a trace. Cursing in his heart, Yang Kai had thought that no matter how much energy this saint pill contained, with the special properties of his unyielding golden skeleton, he should be able to absorb all of its medicinal effects. But he had not expected that this saint pill was actually a pill to enhance one's soul. As a result, the unyielding golden skeleton had no place to use it. Although the space within his knowledge sea was extremely vast, there was a limit to how much it could hold. With such a huge amount of energy pouring in, sooner or later his knowledge sea would explode. Yang Kai's expression became ugly as he could only try to stabilize the turbulence in his knowledge sea while trying to think of a way to resolve the current crisis. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, his entire knowledge sea suddenly flashed with a 5-colored light. As this 5-colored light flashed, the energy pouring in from the outside gathered in a single direction and disappeared. Yang Kai was startled and quickly turned to look in that direction, a moment later grinning from ear to ear. What had helped him swallow that huge amount of energy was actually the 5-colored soul-warming lotus. When Yang Kai first obtained this soul-nourishing treasure, the old demon had said that the 5-colored soul-warming lotus could grow. As long as it was given enough time, it could grow to 6 colors, and eventually 7 colors. This process could be very long, thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years. Once it reached 7 colors, the help that the soul-warming lotus could bring to a cultivator was simply immeasurable. Yang Kai had already obtained unimaginable benefits from the 5-colored soul-warming lotus. The reason why his spiritual energy was so outstanding, far exceeding his physical strength, was mostly because of the soul-warming lotus. Therefore, he could understand how much help the 7-colored soul-warming lotus could bring him. The old demon had also said that although the growth of the soul-warming lotus was slow, it could be artificially accelerated. After harvesting it, one could often take some soul-nourishing pills or precious treasures to accelerate its growth. Strictly speaking, this was a kind of investment. After the cultivator took these pills, they would share the effects of the soul-warming lotus. Although the benefits obtained in the short term would be divided, in the following time, the soul-warming lotus would return those benefits back to the cultivator. Since the beginning, every time Yang Kai took a soul-nourishing pill, a lot of energy would be diverted to the soul-warming lotus. However, all of this was done silently, so Yang Kai did not pay too much attention to it. Now, when this unimaginable amount of energy poured into his knowledge sea, the soul-warming lotus's effect was directly demonstrated. It frantically swallowed the energy, reducing a lot of pressure on Yang Kai. At least now, his knowledge sea was much more stable. Immediately refreshed, Yang Kai tried his best to drive the energy pouring into his knowledge sea towards the soul-warming lotus, while controlling his knowledge sea to accommodate the excess energy. However, he was still struggling. The amount of energy was simply too huge, so much so that even Yang Kai was a little scared. Without hesitation, Yang Kai quickly used his spiritual energy and began to spy on the mysteries of the true alchemic way. He had to constantly consume his spiritual energy to keep up with the current situation. The energy pouring in from the outside was divided into 2 general directions, most of which was absorbed by the 5-colored soul-warming lotus while the other was accommodated in Yang Kai's knowledge sea, supplementing his constant consumption. The soul-devouring insects on the 5-colored island also played a role. They lived by devouring this kind of energy, so now that such a situation had occurred, they were naturally happy to see it. After exhausting all his means, his knowledge sea gradually stabilized. With all kinds of assistance, the energy pouring in and consumption were basically balanced. Yang Kai could not help breathing a sigh of relief. This time, he had taken the saint pill without understanding its function, almost making a fool of himself. Not paying any more attention to the situation in his knowledge sea, Yang Kai diverted his attention and began to spy on the mysteries of the saint pill through its medicinal efficacies. At this moment, Yang Kai's lower abdomen seemed to be hiding a small sun that was constantly emitting a huge amount of energy. After a brief investigation, Yang Kai was stunned. He found that the saint pill's medicinal efficacies were only being released a little, and compared to the total amount of energy stored inside it, it was no more than 1%. However, when the pill cloud dissipated and the medicinal efficacies were released, young Kai was able to see some traces that he had not been able to see before. The selection of the pill's materials, the control of the flame, what kind of spirit array was used during the refinement, the mood and technique of the alchemy grandmaster at the time, and all kinds of other things could be figured out. Vaguely, young Kai's thoughts followed the traces of the pill that had been refined countless years ago and entered a new world. In that new world, all kinds of mysteries about alchemy were presented to him one by one. With a subtle mood, young Kai was intoxicated, imprinting every detail into his divine sense, allowing his understanding of alchemy to rise to a new level. Gathering all these traces together and gradually reconstructing the situation at that time, young Kai seemed to see the scene of the Saint Pill's initial formation, covered by the pill cloud, appearing in front of him. Chapter 759. Back in the archipelago, in the palace where Nine Heavens Holy Land resided, Qian Ning once again met with the Saintess and proposed that they continue on their journey. Since the Saintess returned, he had already proposed twice, but each time he was refused by Ling. This time was no exception. Qian Ning couldn't help feeling a little annoyed. Although the status of the Saintess in the Holy Land was higher than his, he had followed Ling out this time not only to ensure her safety but also to lead the team forward. Young lady, finding the Holy Master is your task, you shouldn't remain here, no matter what your reason is. I know. And Ling frowned, her pretty face slightly pale, but I don't know why, these days I've been feeling uneasy, like something big is about to happen. Something big? Qian Ning's expression changed slightly. What kind of big thing? And Ling slowly shook her head and muttered, I don't know, I can't explain it. Qian Ning was stunned and stared at her suspiciously for a moment before slowly nodding. Since that's the case, we'll stay here for a while. When young lady has made up her mind, we'll leave. Looking at Qian Ning's departing back, and Ling's forehead suddenly began to ooze large drops of sweat. What she said just now wasn't to deceive Qian Ning, she really did have such concerns. She didn't know why, but these days, and Ling had been having some bloody and unpleasant visions. She thought that this had something to do with Yang Kai depriving her of her soul brand, but after investigating it, she found that there was no connection between the two at all. Inside the secret chamber, Yang Kai spent a full 10 days in retreat before fully absorbing the efficacies of the Saint Pill. He had managed to pry into the mysteries of the formation of the Saint Pill and the mysteries of the pill cloud. Although it wasn't much, it was still a harvest, which made him very satisfied. Even his understanding of alchemy had improved a lot. After the Saint Pill's efficacies were fully absorbed, Yang Kai felt as if his whole person had become somewhat different from before. His body was light. His knowledge sea was clear and his spiritual energy was undoubtedly much stronger than before, but there was also a strange feeling in his knowledge sea. As soon as this feeling appeared, it made it much easier for him to use his spiritual consciousness. Frowning, Yang Kai quickly immersed his consciousness into his knowledge sea and carefully examined it. His soul avatar had just manifested. Yang Kai was stunned. During this period of seclusion, he had been prying into the mysteries of the pill cloud. He didn't pay much attention to the situation in his sea of consciousness. When he discovered the huge changes in his sea of consciousness, he couldn't believe it. It was only natural that the blazing seawater divine sense energy would become denser. The demon eye of annihilation and the soul battle hall were still floating in the air without any changes. The biggest change was the island formed by the multicolored soul-warming lotus. At this moment, the island was flickering with multicolored light. It was dazzling and exceptionally beautiful. Yang Kai took a closer look and was surprised to find that the island, which should only have 5 colors, now had an additional color. It had turned into 6 colors. This additional color was a little fainter than the other 5 colors. But it was truly born. The multicolored soul-warming lotus. Young Kai was stunned for a moment before he threw his head back and laughed wildly. After obtaining the soul-warming lotus, he hadn't thought about it. In his lifetime, the soul-warming lotus would grow and evolve. After all, according to the old demon, the process was too long. But who would have thought that the absorption of the saint pill's medicinal efficacies would directly cause the multicolored soul-warming lotus to evolve to a new level, only one step away from reaching its final 7-color form. With each additional color, the effect of the soul-warming lotus would double. Young Kai could feel that the current soul-warming lotus's soul-nourishing effect was indeed much stronger than before. Moreover, this effect was constantly being produced. As long as Yang Kai possessed the soul-warming lotus, his spiritual energy would continue to grow. The harvest this time was simply unimaginable. It took nearly 10 years to evolve from the multicolored lotus to the multicolored lotus. During this time, Yang Kai had taken a large number of pills, and this was not even counting the nutrients provided by the previous owner of the soul-warming lotus. Young Kai didn't know if he would be able to see the soul-warming lotus evolve to its final form before his time was up. However, he was already satisfied. Looking at the island emitting 6 colors, Young Kai couldn't help giggling foolishly, unable to control himself for a while. At this moment, a strange movement came from his soul. Young Kai's brow furrowed as he hurriedly investigated. A moment later, his brow furrowed. It wasn't that something was wrong with his soul, but the soul brand that belonged to Enling was emitting an unusual fluctuation. This woman seemed to have encountered something that frightened her, causing her heart to tremble. The soul brand gave off an extremely uneasy feeling. What kind of danger could she have encountered? Young Kai couldn't help feeling puzzled. Although her strength wasn't too high, only a first-order transcendent like him, she was still the saintess of 9 heavens' holy land. Her status was revered. In the outer islands, who would dare harm her? Puzzled, Young Kai stepped forward and walked out. After breaking through the layers of barriers in this secret room, Young Kai had just walked out of the door when he heard a burst of mournful cries and screams. Not far away, there was also a series of loud noises, as if the entire world was trembling as a terrifying pressure pressed down on him. Young Kai paled and quickly circulated his yuan qi to resist this tyrannical pressure. On the island, there was a mess as countless people rushed in one direction, as if there was something terrifying chasing after them. Kong, with a loud bang, Young Kai almost lost his footing as the secret room behind him cracked and crumbled under the violent shockwave. Young Kai glanced around, but couldn't find any trace of an enemy at all. Quickly releasing his divine sense, he detected an aura not far away in the sky that made him feel extreme dread. Looking up, Young Kai saw a giant sword 1,000 meters long chopping down from the sky, carrying with it a heaven-destroying, earth-shattering momentum that almost tore space apart. Profound heavenly sword. Young Kai's expression became solemn as he recognized this as one of the 9 heavens' divine skills. He had also obtained the inheritance of this move from Enling, and had even used it before, but the profound heavenly sword he used was a soul skill while the one in front of him was a martial skill condensed from his yuan qi. Whether it was its attribute or power, the two were vastly different. Kacha, as the giant sword slashed down, an island was split into 2 halves. Young Kai's eyes narrowed as he stared closely at the beautiful figure in the void. The profound heavenly sword was displayed by this person. It was a woman in a spotless white robe, with a beautiful face and a graceful figure. The aura on her body was somewhat similar to Enling's, both exuding a noble and holy feeling, but in addition, there was also a faint death chi. It seemed that her vitality had been extinguished, and at this moment, she was nothing more than a walking corpse. Yang Kai felt a sense of horror for no reason. The giant profound heavenly sword was held in the small hand of this woman, and with a few casual slashes, an entire island not far away was shattered and sunk directly into the sea. The people on the island, under her terrifying attack and tyrannical pressure, could not even muster the will to resist, and countless people died. The blue seawater was dyed red in an instant. This doomsday-like scene was horrifying. The woman stepped forward and arrived above another island, continuing to wave the profound heavenly sword in her hand. In an instant, another island was destroyed. In less than 10 breaths of time, 3 islands had been destroyed by her hand. Yang Kai's heart clenched as he watched this woman's anger spread to the island he was on. Not daring to remain, he quickly used his movement skill and flew away. His movement seemed to have attracted the woman's attention, and a ray of light shot out from her side, like a fanged snake, rapidly closing in on Yang Kai. Imprisoning heaven chain. Yang Kai was shocked and finally determined that this woman was from 9 Heavens Holy Land and was most likely a high-level figure. Otherwise, how could she have cultivated the 9 Heavens' divine skills? What made Yang Kai feel even more uneasy was this mysterious woman's cultivation. Without a doubt, she was a Saint Realm master. The imprisoning heaven chain chasing after him was incredibly fast, and the Yuan Qi was also extremely rich, so Yang Kai was unable to escape. Not daring to hesitate, Yang Kai unfurled his wind and thunder wings, and his speed suddenly increased several notches, disappearing from the spot like a bolt of lightning. The imprisoning heaven chain tried to bind Yang Kai, but it only managed to bind the afterimage he left behind as he moved. From a distance, the woman's pair of beautiful eyes stared at Yang Kai's back, a look of suspicion appearing on her pretty face as her tender body flickered and she suddenly disappeared. When she reappeared, she was not far behind Yang Kai. Feeling the murderous intent and chill behind him, Yang Kai's hair stood on end. Taking advantage of the woman not having time to act, he once again disappeared, at the same time hurriedly restraining his aura and flying off in a certain direction. The woman stopped mid-air and tilted her head, her eyes darting around as she accurately located Yang Kai's position. Although she had found Yang Kai, she didn't rush to take action and instead stared off in a different direction, her brow furrowed slightly, a look of pain appearing on her face. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling annoyed. He really didn't understand why such a powerful master was targeting him, but Ling should know something about this situation. The most important thing right now was to find this woman and ask her for an explanation. In front of the palace, the masters of 9 Heavens Holy Land were gathered, all of them staring blankly towards the woman floating in the sky. Grandma Nan. And Ling called out, her tender body trembling as large tears suddenly flowed out of her beautiful eyes, making her look extremely sad. Saintess Nan is here, could it be, the Holy Master has fallen? Qian Ning's lips trembled as his face paled. You're tuning into the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.